in the process get sick. And we as NSF, we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. So we have a big problem. And I hope that at the end of this meeting, when we leave here, we'll leave here agreeing that things must change. So, yeah, having said that, let me give to you Honorable Zondo and Honorable Governor, if you can just introduce yourself, and then I'll give to DDG Fuchan.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to you. Greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Anel and all the colleagues. The delegation that is here today. My name is Anel Zondo, a member of this Portfolio Committee.
Mantatel tubanbulisa wena sihlalo wale committee amalungu abekekileyo e-committee ka-higher education. Everyone in the house, my name is Yanga Kovan. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Dawit.
Ndibulise kwehlalo, ndibulise nako wonke amalungu e-committee. Igama lam ndingulukhanywa kwaDawit, the board member of NSFAS. Thank you very much.
Yeah, on apologies, we have the apology of the minister who's accompanying the president in on official business in Mozambique. We have the apology of Deputy Minister Tubengube, who's abroad. I was joking with the PLO to the Deputy Minister that maybe the Deputy Minister now works abroad because it's been probably 4 or 5 meetings now that she's not been in the country. Then we have apology of Deputy Minister Gondwe, who is saying she's meeting stakeholders. Yeah, I think we even when the reason why we have deputy ministers is if the minister, for an example, is not able to come, there must be a representative from the ministry. So I must I'll write to the minister about that, because the deputy minister Gonde is meeting one of the entities in the sector. I don't think, I mean, they could have prioritized this meeting. We're dealing with the audit outcome of NSF and NSFAS, and there's no one from the ministry. It doesn't make sense. And the deputy minister is meeting one of the entities. I'll write to the minister after this meeting to indicate that can be. People must come and account for, because they are in the ministry. These entities are in the department that they are presiding over. So we'll write to the minister after that. And then we have the apology of the acting DG, who's acting until the 5th, according to the letter of the minister, the 5th of December. DDG Zungu, who's accompanying the minister on an official trip to Mozambique. We have who they've also given us an indication that DDG Fuchane is acting DG for today in this meeting. Don't worry, Mr. DDG Zungu is still acting until Friday. The DG is coming back after Friday. He was given 2 weeks leave. Those are the only. Oh, the interim chairperson of NSFAS has sent apology. What is the reason? Oh, the interim chairperson of NSFAS has sent in an apology. I want to hear why. Yeah? No, it's the interim. No. Yeah, it doesn't say when. It says he will be traveling. Yeah. Even this apology of the acting chair, Dr. Malulek. He says he will be traveling abroad. You know, I don't know how I feel. I mean, NSFAS, you know, no. I mean, unless if he's there already. But here he says he will be traveling. He could have just shifted that thing to Friday, whatever. I don't think these entities, we can't treat accountability as a by the way. I don't know how but I've presented it to you, acting CEO.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to indicate that the interim chair, in his professional capacity, also chairs an international institute of education. And I think when he had been appointed, he had indicated to the minister that he had already had pre-arranged travel to Belgium in his capacity to chair that institution here. So I think it had been tabled, but we did advise the chair also to table the apology before the portfolio committee here. And chair would have delegated board members to represent in his capacity. Thanks, Chair.
When is he traveling, or when did he travel?
I think he's been out of the country for 2 weeks, but he will be returning on the 7th of December.
Okay, so the apology then, because he says I'll be traveling, it's not helping. He says I'm out of the country, you know, it makes more sense. So members, colleagues from both NSFAS and NSF, these members are going to ask you questions. Some of the questions you'll not be able to give us responses today. And then I will be required to write to you to give us those responses in writing. You will have to respond. And like I said, members, I shared with you the responses of, and this is the second entity that does this thing. It was College of Cape Town. We sit with them in a meeting. They don't answer certain questions. I write to them to remind them that this is what members asked you. And instead of responding, they go pay legal firm to respond to us. Are now responded to by some legal firm. They are using state resources to try and avoid accountability. We wrote to the minister, we told him, will not allow state resources to be used like this. 29 October, we meet with construction seat. Ask them questions, they give us answers. We question their answers. They say they'll give us documents in writing. They respond to us, they don't give us documents. We write to them and remind them. This is what you said in the meeting. I give them an extension, 7 days respond. The deadline comes, they ask for an extension. I give them another extension. After that extension, what do they do to DDG? Were responded to by some lawyers. Trying to avoid accountability. They are going to account those ones. Even you, don't give us answers that, I always tell you, when these members ask you a question, it's because they know the answer. Don't try and mislead them, because we'll follow up. We'll say to you, okay, give us this proof of this document. And in most cases, they have them. Last week, Honorable Kaka was even reading a, what do you call this thing? A legal opinion. I've not seen it. She had it, paragraph 17. So when they ask you questions, be truthful. They know the answers. So please, let's try by all means to be ethical in what we do. like we did with CCT, we'll write to the minister about the usage of lawyers, state resources, to avoid accountability by constructions. They'll write to them. Those ones, they are not. They send some, one person, they calls himself the chairperson of one union, wrote a lot of nothing, accusing the chairperson of the committee of being biased or being against their employees. When the chairperson has never said people must go take money from service providers who have provided us with proof, with bank accounts, with WhatsApp screenshots, that this person lied, had took our money under false pretense, using their position in the state entity. And we must keep quiet. We're not going to do so. They can make all the noise they want. On Saturday, Mampia received some threats from some Popeye saying that my days are numbered. Some Popeye. They think we're joking, these people. If they are gods, they will take our lives. But they must know that they better not miss. So we're going to write to them, those ones. If they believe that these lawyers of theirs have represented what they wish, what they want, what they believe is the truth, they must respond to us. And I've said it before. This thing of Parliament being a talk show, Honorable Msazan, must come to an end. We must take people on. We must make people account properly. People who commit perjury must be attended to. People come to Parliament and lie. They lie in our faces. We ask them, are you sure about this question? They decide, no, we're going to lie. And there must be no consequences. And if we follow up on those consequences, they believe that they can threaten us. They can send us threatening messages, telling us that they are deputy gods. They've been appointed, I don't know by who, to decide who has few days left on earth. So I'm going to give AG first. After the AG is done, I'll give you the DG Sokiko when your entities come. AG, and that therefore is that you leading.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll just do a quick opening. Honourable Chair, yes, we are here to present the audit outcome for NSFAS for 23-24 financial year. I've got, as indicated, Ignatius Fourie, who was the senior manager on the audit, and he will also give some explanation and give insight into the journey that we followed with the NSFAS in 2024. The first slide is our mission and vision, and I'm sure the honourable members and honourable chair, you are familiar with it. I think our area that I want to elevate is the oversight, and indeed, Chair, you touched on accountability. So our mission is clearly set in ensuring that whichever interactions that we do have with the stakeholders, with Parliament, with the committee, that indeed we assist and enable that oversight and accountability that needs to be done. And indeed, today is one of those days. In terms of the accountability ecosystem that we've pegged down, what is critical to understand is that each and every one has a role to play in the success of the entities. Ultimately, the roles and responsibilities are set out in legislation, but then you've also touched on a moral responsibility ultimately for everyone to act in a manner that indeed is going to benefit the students and indeed is going to benefit those citizens of our country. What is important to note is that you'll see in terms of documents that we've shared with the committee, we have attempted to unpack what we believe are some of the areas of improvement that need to be done in terms of the layers in the accountability ecosystem. And it talks closely to what management ought to do at NSFAS, what the leadership accounting officer and the ultimately the accounting authority ought to do. But we've also given insights in what we think could be a direction of the committee as a recommendation in terms of that. But if I can then, Chair, with your permission, hand over to Ignatius, who will then take us through the detail.
Chair, I included this slide because I thought it's important for us, before I go into the matters that was identified for 23-24, just to reflect on NSFAS mandate. But I think in your opening remarks, you really did touch very well on this. So I don't think I want to spend too much time on it. I don't think I can do such a good job as what you did, explaining to us what NSFAS really needs to do. And it really is to provide opportunities in higher education for those that are not able to have that opportunities, and funding those students for higher education. Now, if we pick up where we left off for 23-22, I think 22-23 outcomes, I briefed the committee. Okay. I briefed the committee, and I think I gave some details on the journey where NSFAS has come from, changes in terms of leadership, changes in terms of operations, changes in terms of the functions since 2016-17, and we highlighted in detail all those changes. And I think I just want to re-emphasize again that you know, we've had this constant changes in terms of the environment at NSFAS. There's been very little stability in terms of governance. We've had 2 periods of administration. We've had various boards. The way that they operate has changed over the years, and it continues to change in terms of the way that they award bursaries, the way that they pay, all of those things has kept changing in terms of the various years as we continue. And we've summarized it in this slide in terms of 3 areas really: eligibility, the funding, and then the payment. So you can see even on the eligibility, that has changed over the years. It became much more complex in terms of the financial and academic eligibility that needs to be applied for a student to be funded. This funding model went from a bursary and loan scheme to a pure bursary scheme, and we're moving to a loan scheme again. And then the payment model, it was paid to institutions, and over the years they've started paying students directly through various methods, and they also had the direct payment providers that they appointed and that they had paying students, and all of these things. As these things have changed, we've raised some weaknesses in terms of the various areas and things. But really, before any improvements can be institutionalized in terms of it, it's changed again. So it's very difficult and very hard to institutionalize proper controls if you keep changing the things that needs to, or the way that you do things, because then you need to look at new controls and new ways of ensuring that there's proper controls. So linked into that, if we look at it, and what is the major driver of the misstatements in the financial statements and the fact that the financial statements are not correct, is really the balances between institutions and between students with NSFAS. So in 2019-20, we did raise material irregularity on amounts that were sitting in institutions' books, which weren't in NSFAS's books. And they were then supposed to reconcile that and recover those funds from the institutions. That is really the material irregularity that we raised. And in responding to that, the actions that were set out by the administrator and then the board that took over at that stage was to have this process which they call a closeout process or closeout process reconciliation, where they will then reconcile on a detail level, on a student detail level, the cost of study as per the institution records to the payments that NSFAS has made, in order to then make sure that they have credible balances that either needs to be paid to institutions or need to be recovered, or need to be paid to students or need to be recovered from the students. Now, this closeout process has also increased in complexity as we've gone on in years, and every year another year has been added. So there's just every year another year added without the previous years being finalized and reconciled and properly signed off. It's just continuing and increasing in complexity. And you can see even within the closeout process from 21-22, when they first reported on it, to 23-24, there were revisions in terms of the closeout and attempts to improve it. When we looked at it in 21-22, it was only a reconciliation with institutions. Now it's a reconciliation with institutions and students. So it becomes really complex in terms of that. And from that process, we've identified numerous errors that results in the misstatements in the financial statements. And that is where a lot of the issues comes from in terms of the qualified opinion or adverse opinion on the financial statements. I think that takes us into this outcomes then for NSFAS. In terms of the 23-24 year, you will see that again, it's an adverse opinion. So it's been adverse since 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24. There's been no improvement in terms of the audit outcome. A number of matters reoccurred, and in 23-24 there was also a few new matters that arose in terms of the implementation of certain actions that was taken by NSFAS. Then if we also look at the other areas that really summarize so over and above the issues on the financial statements resulting from the closeout process, there's also still some GRAP issues and GRAP disclosure issues. So you will see if you look at the audit report in the annual report, there's issues on irregular expenditure on the cash flow statement. So there was various issues in that regard as well. But that is because a lot of focus and attention is really on the closeout and trying to get that right, then the necessary attention isn't always given to the other areas. Then from a performance management perspective, Chair, you will note that we've had material findings from 2019-20 right through to 23-24. That area remains an area of concern. The issues at the stage when we audited in 23-24 was still not addressed. So you will see in a later slide that I will present, we actually then issued a material irregularity on the disclaimer of opinion on performance information. So as part of that, the accounting authority has made certain commitments and they've presented a plan, but that plan only really, because we issued it in the beginning of this year, that plan can only really be implemented for 25-26 because it's related to performance information. So the plan goes up till March 2026 for all the issues on performance information to then be addressed. But the issues around the performance information that we had and that remained was just on the usefulness of the indicators and how to measure the indicators. It was written in a way that made it very difficult to determine how you should measure it and what should be the measures. And then also a lack of standard operating procedures in terms of measuring the performance information. Then if we look at the area of compliance to laws and regulations, again, Chair, you will see that from 2019-20 right through to 23-24, they continue to have material findings on compliance. Now, some of these areas are linked to the financial statement aspects and the annual performance outcome area, and really speaks to also the weaknesses and shortcomings in that area. So we had the late submission of financial statements. The financial statements for 23-24 was submitted in December 2024. Then the material misstatements in the financial statements, so the statements that are presented for audit are not compliant to legislation. Then the collection of revenue and that there isn't effective systems and steps then being taken to collect all revenue due, and that's linked to the area in terms of the loan management system. The entity still doesn't have a loan management system, which makes it very difficult to recover loans and to get the interest correctly accounted for to recover all the revenue that's due to the institution. And then we also have effective steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. And you will see I've got a slide later on just on irregular expenditure, but there has been repeat irregular expenditure, especially around the eligibility of students and the, meeting the eligibility criteria. And then in terms of the strategic and performance management, we just have a non-compliance in terms of that being ineffective. So if your indicators aren't useful, then your quarterly reporting becomes challenging in terms of reporting quarterly on your performance information. So we had some findings around the quarterly performing that then resulted in the material non-compliance. And then the last area that I think it really started in 22-23, where we started having material misstatements on was then the area of procurement and contract management. So the area around supply chain management. In the prior year, we had the procurement of the direct payment providers and the office lease, and in this year, we looked at the contracts and the procurement process related to student accommodation. So the procurement of this accommodation solution, as well as the procurement for the accreditation providers. And we had findings within those procurement processes that we've then reported in terms of the audit report, and that then also resulted in irregular expenditure being incurred for the financial statements. Now, if I have to reflect on overall root causes, I did list some detail there, then I think we can really group it into three things. Firstly is the skills and capacity. So I think we've identified that there are not sufficient skills and capacity in the area of finance and IT to manage the extent of awards that needs to be made, the extent of students that needs to be funded, and the work that needs to be done. So our first recommendations, you will see, also then speak to skills and capacity and to make sure that the organization is properly capacitated to perform the mandate that we had on that previous slide. The second is just around the IT systems. They are not fit for purpose and what NSFAS needs to do. And like I said, they also don't have a loan management system while they need to manage that. And that's something that's now been coming on for a while, where they haven't been able to procure or to sort out a loan management system. So the area of information technology is the second area that we believe needs strengthening in order for NSFAS to then run much better in terms of that. And then the third part is just in terms of the action plans that's not effective and efficient in terms of ensuring that all the issues are addressed. We still sit with repeat matters that's not been addressed. So those are really the three areas in terms of the root causes that I think I wanted to divide it into, because you'll see when we get to the recommendations, those are really the three areas where we make recommendations then as well. Now, Chair, I've alluded to the irregular expenditure, so this just gives you a sense of the irregular expenditure over the last 5 years. So you'll see that for 23-24 there was another 400 million irregular expenditure, most of which relates to the eligibility of students and student funding. But then there has also been irregular expenditure incurred in terms of procurement and contract management. And you will see that the 3 tenders for which there were irregular expenditure is the accommodation accreditation, the accommodation solutions, and then the office lease tender. In those areas there were irregular expenditure. I think then we just highlighted also in our report the investigation. So there was the investigation on the direct payment service providers that was completed in that period. And then there's the SIU investigation that is ongoing in terms of the affairs of NSFAS. Then I've talked a little bit and I've mentioned a little bit about material irregularities that we have raised. So maybe just to reflect again, what is a material irregularity? Just to remind ourselves, it is non-compliance or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or a breach of fiduciary duty identified during an audit that results in various things. So it could be a financial loss. It could be harm to the general public, harm to the institution itself. It could be the misuse of resources or the loss of resources. So if those contraventions, fraud or theft results in those, we will then raise a material irregularity. So you will then see that for NSFAS we have issued 6 material irregularities up to the 23-24 audit, and that was then included in the 23-24 audit. 3 of those comes from 2019-20. And that was what I've mentioned already about the reconciling between the institution records and the NSFAS records, and then the amounts that needs to be recovered from institutions. And the other 2 is also sort of linked to it, and then the loan management system that's not in place, and that is that interest weren't calculated correctly and needs to be calculated correctly and then recovered, and they're doing that through the closeout process. And then there was also disbursements that was made in excess of contract amounts for student funding, which then also needs to be quantified in terms of the losses that was incurred as a result of that contract amounts in excess of the payments in excess of the contract amounts. Then we issued 2 MIs for the non-submission of financial statements. The one relating to 22-23 and the one relating to 23-24, which then resulted in those financial statements being submitted for audit purposes. So those 2 material irregularities has been resolved. And then the third one, the last one, the 6th one that I've also touched on and talked about, is then the disclaimer on the annual performance report. And you will note that we have indicated there that we will follow up on the actions that was included in the action plan. When we went through it, we determined that if those are implemented, it would be appropriate in terms of addressing the matters, and that actions will be ongoing until March 2026, where it should then resolve the material irregularity. Then just in terms of the three of 2019-22, we did make recommendations in prior years for the institution to implement. And the implementation of those recommendations was due in July 2025. Subsequent to this audit and subsequent to that implementation date, we have assessed that the implementation has not been adequate, so remedial actions was then issued on this material irregularity in terms of those three material irregularities, 1, 2, and 3 of 2019. So we have now escalated these MIs or material irregularities to the next stage, which is remedial action. Then I just have a few slides just to give the committee some insights into some of the things that I've mentioned or talked about. So you can see the growth of student awards versus the admin grant. And you can see that in proportion, the admin grant becomes less and less of the portion of students being funded over the years. If you look at what the proportion was in 2016-17 to what it is in 23-24. And you can also see that there's been a significant increase in terms of student fundings over a number of years. Then we also just looked at it from an employee cost perspective and the funding of students. And again, you will note that in proportion, employee cost actually decreased, but funding and the number of students that needs to be funded is actually increasing, which is a reflection on the capacity of the entity that, employee cost and the number of employees has decreased, but the demand and the funding continues to grow. And then we've just also reflected in terms of the spending then against what was planned and budgeted. And you will note that in the last 2 years, 22-23 and 23-24, there has been significant underspending against what was planned. And some of these things are linked to the Closeout project, where they've planned to, pay institutions once the reconciliations is completed, and with that not being completed, they did not spend the funds. And then some of it is also linked to some initiatives that never got off the ground in terms of the funding of students. But you will see that there's been this trend of underspending in terms of the budget. Then this slide I've also talked about, and this was really our recommendations to the accounting authority, the chief executive officer, the chief financial officer, in terms of their roles that they play and what there needs to happen. So you will see that the first one, as I've indicated, is really in terms of capacity and skills, and that in terms of that area, appropriate actions needs to be taken to ensure that the capacity and the skills of the entity is improved. The second is the credible action plans and standard operating procedures, where we've recommended the areas where there should be standard operating procedures developed and the action plan, and then also the monitoring of that action plan to ensure that the matters are implemented. And the last was just in terms of the enhancement of the ICT landscape and what should then be done in terms of strengthening the ICT landscape for the institution. So our call to action then to the portfolio committee really echoes that, and it's really for the committee to support the entity and provide support to the entity and the minister in terms of the plans and implementing the plans, and ensuring then that there is adequate progress made in terms of the actions that needs to be taken, to support them in terms of what they might require in terms of system development, in terms of the ICT area, to support them in terms of stability and have leadership stability and governance stability, and then also just in terms of monitoring then the progress made in terms of turnaround plan. So that is really our call to action to the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I think that is our presentation. I will then pause there for any questions and comments.
Okay. Thank you very much, AG, for your presentations. I'm sure members, you've taken notes. You've heard that the entity, at least since 2019, on performance, they've received qualification on compliance, on financial statement adverse for the past 3 years now. Very concerning state of affairs there. The acting DG is out. I'll give to Dr. Are you acting chair on behalf of the interim chair?
No, I'm not acting chairperson. If there are any questions, they will be directed to the acting CEO.
No, on the apology of the interim chair, you did indicate that you will be stepping in on his behalf. So you are acting on the position of the interim chair. But it's okay. I'm going to give to NSFAS to present. I don't know if there's any comment that comes from the board before, but you'll decide who's going to lead and then give to the acting CEO.
Chairperson, we are noting the feedback that we're getting from the Auditor General, and we'll just give this time to the acting CEO to make a presentation in response to the comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, acting CEO.
All right. Good morning, Chairperson, members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. We have a number of items that we'll present on this morning. Ms. Mavilika will lead us on performance information, and then I will cover the rest of the items associated with human resources, financial performance, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, closeout project, audit action plan, as well as turnaround strategy. Chair, I think it's important that we start with some organizational context, which I think is relevant to the discussion that the chair would have reflected on in the opening remarks, as well as the comments from the Auditor General in their presentation. I remember when I first appeared before this committee, Honorable Ngubane referred to NSFAS as a collapsed institution here, and I don't think we were far from being a collapsed institution if you reflect on the reports that have been presented this morning. And I think the period that this report covers, April 23 to March 24, is a microcosm of what NSFAS has experienced over the last decade. So if you look at the specific financial year, which is now almost 2 years back already, is that it was one of the most trying years in terms of leadership and governance. In August 23, the NSFAS board would have placed the chief executive officer on special leave, and his contract would have been terminated in October of the same year. Similarly, the chief information officer then resigned, which left the organization in a precarious situation given how dependent it is on a highly unstable ICT system. Having been left without a CEO and a CIO, there were allegations made against the former chairperson of the board, who was then forced to take a leave of absence. There was an acting chairperson of the board, which is appointed. It's like history repeats itself at NSFAS. And the board was subsequently dissolved, and then an administrator was appointed. As has been alluded to, NSFAS has had a historical challenge of submitting its financial statements, its performance reports on time, and it was submitted quite late, around about December. When myself and the current board of directors would have joined the organization, the audit was right at its tail end for 23-24, and we would have then taken the responsibility of concluding the audit in its current format, concluding the annual report, tabling it before Parliament, and then, of course, coming to account for it. Now, what you can see there is a high degree of instability in the organization, which leads to the fact that you have issues which accumulate over time. New people enter the institution, they develop strategies and plans, they commit to them, they make commitments to the Auditor General, they make commitments to this portfolio committee, and then they go. CEOs leave, administrators leave, new people come in, and they are required to pick things up where they left off. Often, they have different viewpoints on how matters are to be tackled. When they get into the crux of it, they also tend to exit. And this vicious cycle tends to repeat itself. So more than anything, Chair, what NSFAS needs is stability that enables it to reach a point of inflection, stabilization, and reform that takes us to a point where we become a stable organization able to deliver on its mandate to the people of South Africa. Steps that have been taken, I will talk to them in more detail when we address the remainder of the presentation. However, I want to say, Chair, particularly when it comes to issues of financial statements, performance information, and audit, we have then taken steps to improve the cycle of submission of financial statements. So whereas we used to submit in December, we improved that to July in the current year. The current audit is very close to completion. There are just a few boxes that need to be ticked, particularly one issue around our accounting policy for bursary expenditure. And once that is done, we will be in a position to table our annual report, which I'm hoping, Chairperson, will be done before the end of the calendar year, before Parliament. How that assists us is that rather than before, where you would get your audit report very late, often where your new financial year has already started, it gives us at least 3 months before we conclude our financial statements to implement some of the recommendations that the Auditor General has made to us. And Chair, I want to make a public commitment that next year NSFAS will submit financial statements and performance report as per the legislative deadline of the 31st of May. And we will work with the Auditor General to make sure our audit is completed on time and our annual report is tabled in Parliament on time so that we catch up to the reporting cycle. That alone, I think, will assist us in being on a regular cycle and will enable us to be able to fix issues associated with audit as well as achieve compliance when it comes to the tabling of annual reports before this House. Chairperson, with that, I will hand over to Ms. Mafilika, who will take us through the presentation on performance information.
Thank you so much, Chair, and to the honorable members. So in terms of the performance information for the 23-24 financial year, you can move to the next one. So this is just a reflection of our vision and mission as an entity, where we strive to be a model public entity that provides or that enables access and success in the higher education space for poor and working students. And obviously our mission as an entity is to become effective and an efficient provider of financial aid to deserving students. And this is flowing from our mandate as per the Act. I will not go into detail around the strategic trust, but this is the mandate of NSFAS as it is prescribed in the NSFAS Act. From a performance context point of view, I think it has been reflected around the leadership challenges and the governance challenges that we had in the entity. The change in terms of processes, which also make it difficult in terms of us properly implementing and seeing the value of the internal controls that we are putting in place. I will move from this context, Chair, and maybe just go into the detail of the plan. Now, in terms of the planned deliverables for the APP, for the year under review, we were sitting at 41% in terms of the performance of the entity. I think it was, if you look at even in the previous years, we have been hovering around or below 50% in terms of performance information. It was indicated, and I want to emphasize again, Chair, that part of the challenges around performance information, the validity of the performance information was around the usefulness. So in terms of how we've defined initially our indicators and targets, they were not smart. And therefore, in terms of producing the evidence, they were not verifiable, and there were queries at a technical level to make sure that what we are producing as information, is it aligned to what we had prescribed on our side. Now, in terms of the specific targets that we did not achieve, the first one was around the approved criteria, which is the funding eligibility. Issues of bone of contention at that year in time, which made it the consultative process more laborious, and therefore we could not approve the funding conditions criteria on time. Also, another one that we could not achieve was the number of students who were receiving bursaries annually. The target was not met, particularly in the TVET sector, where continuing students could not reach the required academic criteria and the progression criteria. The progression criteria in TVET is significantly higher, and therefore it becomes difficult for students to continue to sustain their funding from a NSFAS point of view. Then in terms of the appeals, we were supposed to provide here the percentage of valid appeals that are assessed within 45 working days. Our target was 90%. However, we could not produce the required evidence because of the lack of system. The data that we produced could not be verified because it did not have all the required information in order to satisfy the evidence of performance that has been done. And then the last one was in terms of the number of students that we would have dispersed within 31 calendar days. This one could not be achieved because of the data exceptions and also the disbursement anomalies that we have. And again here, it was also as a result of the poor crafting of the indicator, which made it difficult for us to produce the sufficient evidence. When you go to the next one, is the quality engagements that could not be achieved. We're supposed to have 4 quality engagements, although the entity here had numerous engagements with various stakeholders, but they could not satisfy the technical descriptor in terms of the quality of engagements, which required that there must be various other steps that needed to be taken in place in order for us to produce the evidence required. And then the amount that ought to have been collected from the loan book, the entity had a target in terms of loan recoveries. I think we did hear also in the engagement by the AG that part of the challenges that the entity could not reach its target was the fact that we don't have a loan management system. Without that, it made it difficult for the entity to produce data statements that are accurate and that would allow students to be able to pay back the funds to NSFAS. The other one was the unqualified audit opinion, and here we've really had struggles, and I think this has been clearly outlined in terms of the root causes from the AG, and that we were not able to achieve an unqualified audit opinion as an entity. And then the other one was the organizational cybersecurity level, which was the posture level that we were supposed to meet, which was the cybersecurity level 3. Again, we could not achieve this one, and this was a result of the limitation of our systems and our inability to comply with the governance levels when it comes to cybersecurity monitoring. We further could not achieve the target around the employees signing of the performance contracts, where employees were not signing the performance contract, and also the policy around performance contract was not adequately applied, but subsequently this is something that has been resolved on our side. The percentage of women that are employed in management positions, we had a target of 35% or 50%, but we've only achieved 35%. There were delays in terms of the recruitment processes and also in terms of having panels sit so that we can be able to appoint people. The vacancies that we had as a result, we also could not fill the targeted vacancies within the required timeframes because of the lack of people that are available and panels that were able to sit for those recruitment processes. From a approved continuous improvement in terms of courses, the entity at this time, and again, this was another technicality, as much as there were development courses that were done, but because there was a change in terms of the grading scale at the time, within NSFAS, there was a technical issue around the measurement criteria in order to be able to prove performance, and therefore, based on the new measurement criteria, we could not achieve that particular target. A framework for measurement of beneficiaries and stakeholder satisfaction that also could not be approved because of the tools or the scoring tool that was not available at that point in time.
Thanks, Ms. Mafilika. All right, Chair, in terms of the financial performance for the year under review, if we look at the balance sheet first, NSFAS had total assets of about 38.8 million. We had non-current assets of about 2.2 billion, which takes us to about 41.1 billion in total assets. We had about 16.9 billion in current liabilities and just over 759 million in non-current liabilities. That leaves us in a net asset position of about 23.3 billion. Despite quite a significant amount of financial pressure on the institution is able to meet its debts as it becomes due in the higher education ecosystem. From a income statement perspective, we have total revenue of about 48.1 billion for the year. We had total expenditure of about 43.3 billion, of which the majority is bursary funding for TVET colleges and universities. We then had a surplus of about 4.8 billion. Once you take off operating expenses, the surplus reduces to about 1.6 billion. A big portion of the surplus is what is sitting in the upfront payments that we make to universities and TVET colleges before the end of the financial year to assist them with the expenditure during the first 2 months of the academic year, which then gets reallocated through the course of the next financial year. I think we've addressed some of the governance, audit, and risk management issues, but one of the things that I think is important to reflect on is that employee morale also takes a knock as a result. You know, employees have become used to frequent leadership changes, frequent turnaround strategies, to the point where statements start to ring hollow within the institution about the ability to turn the situation around. Of course, the Auditor General would have indicated an adverse audit opinion. Amongst others, there are material irregularities, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as compliance failures. There are ongoing investigations. The Special Investigating Unit, of course, has a proclamation, R88 of 2022, into NSFAS, which oversees a number of issues in the organization. If we move to the report on irregular expenditure, there's a number of matters that are being investigated. That is non-compliance with the composition of the bid adjudication committee. The direct payment matter is being investigated by the SIU. Of course, as the AG has indicated, there are many instances where NSFAS seems to be making incorrect funding decisions. I reflected on this in the session we would have had last week on the state of readiness. Internally, we have put together a task team to investigate all instances where NSFAS may have made incorrect funding decisions, to determine what is the recourse mechanisms that we can put in place to recover funds that may have been dispersed as a result of incorrect funding decisions. There are issues with non-compliance with supply chain management processes. I think we know that the office lease has been a sore point for a long period of time. I think there it's important to give members feedback that the matter is progressing well in the special tribunal. The papers have been filed by the SIU. There was a pre-trial hearing with the presiding judge on the matter. There'll be another pre-trial hearing, and we do think the matter will serve before the special tribunal early in 2026, which will enable us to bring to a conclusion the very difficult matter of the office lease, and to ensure that we relocate NSFAS 1 to its decentralized locations with institutions of higher learning, but to a much more cost-effective, less lavish space than what we currently occupy. The student accommodation function in its entirety, the accreditation and the solution partners has a parallel legal review as well as an investigation by the SIU. There was the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Laptops which were procured during COVID-19, about 16,000 of them had not been distributed as at the end of the financial year. We had taken steps as the current management to initiate the distribution of those laptops. We have consulted with DHET as well as the TVET sector so that we distribute those remaining laptops to deserving TVET students and take them off NSFAS's books so that we can deal with this matter once and for all. In the human resources space, we had about 364 employees, costing us about 210 million. Average cost per employee about 577,000. You'll see we have a huge vacancy rate of about 21%. We have taken substantial steps in the current financial year to fill critical vacancies in the organization. We have an employee turnover rate of about 22%. The benchmark is about 10%, and that just speaks to the fact around, again, quite a highly unstable organization. The majority of our staff is made up of general employees, with about a 20% component of senior management in the organization. In terms of disciplinary matters, we would have had, these are all of the closed matters for the 23-24 financial years. We would have had about 4 dismissals that would have taken place, 2 mutual separation agreements, as well as some resignations before the finalization of a disciplinary hearing. There were 2 issues that were brought to my attention that were exculpated by the former administrator based on lack of evidence. I had asked HR to review that decision to determine whether it was a rational decision and whether charges do need to be reinstituted for those matters that were exculpated. In terms of open matters, there were 3 disciplinary hearings with open matters. One is for dishonesty. The hearing proceeded on the intends to proceed on the 12th and the 15th of December. The second one is failure to follow reasonable and lawful instruction, dereliction of duties, and breach of the conditions of the precautionary suspension. There's a number of dates that are outlined there in terms of how that process is unfolding. The last one is interference with SIU investigations, conflict of interest, compromising the forensic integrity. There has been a precautionary suspension, and the investigation is almost finalized to determine when charges can be presented. Chair, I did note to your opening comments about consequence management, and I want to reassure the committee that NSFAS does take consequence management very seriously. We are cooperating with all law enforcement bodies, regulatory bodies, to take into account their recommendations, and if ever evidence comes to our attention of wrongdoing on the behalf of employees, we do intend to take steps to initiate consequence management in that regard. In terms of filling of vacancies, we will focus on the executive positions. I'm pleased to inform the committee that we have recruited, after a thorough recruitment process, a Chief Information Officer who will start with us on 1 February 2026, as well as a Chief Audit Executive, which will start on 1 January 2026. And this will enable us to bring stability to the leadership of the or management team in the organization, start to reduce the number of acting positions that we have, which is also a very important matter for bringing stability to the organization. Chair, I'll just ask Dr. Maputa to provide context on the recruitment of the CEO, because I would be slightly conflicted on that matter.
Thank you, Acting CEO, through you, Chairperson. Just to indicate to the committee that we are almost completed with that process, and we're anticipating that probably the new CEO will start with us before April 2026. So we are almost done with that process. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. On consequence management, as I've indicated, NSFAS subscribes to the principle of progressive discipline. I think we need to find a balance between allowing employees to also take decisions and be able to differentiate between what is fraud and corruption and where there may have been errors on the part of employees, Chair. Where junior staff members may have made errors, it's important that we use progressive discipline to initiate those cases, and that where there are serious allegations of misconduct, we pursue dismissal outcome. I want to say, Chair, that I have seen instances where mutual separations have been utilized, and we do not support the process of using mutual separation to settle matters. Where there is wrongdoing, we must pursue a full course of action, and people must be brought to account for any transgressions that may have occurred. In respect of a turnaround strategy, we are implementing a number of turnarounds or a number of elements to turn the institution around. On the governance and compliance side, we're focusing on the strengthening of internal control, risk management and compliance. On the operational efficiency side, I'm happy to say we've now procured a loan management system which will enable us to start improving our loan collections. We've also re-established our relationship with the South African Revenue Service, which will give us the critical data we need to drive collections. On the human resources side, we've resolved our issues with organized labor. We have signed a full set of performance agreements for the 25-26 financial year. And we are working in consultation with labor at managing organizational change effectively. A big part of my role, Chairperson, has been to try and bring people together to see the collective agenda of NSFAS and to try and reduce the number of fights that were present in the institution. On financial management, we're implementing rigorous internal controls and enhancing financial management to ensure sustainability and prevent irregular expenditure. A big component of what we have done is presented the sustainability funding framework to Cabinet Cabinet Committee last week, Cabinet this coming Friday, and that will really enable us to stabilize the funding mechanism of NSFAS, and everything from there can be downstream in nature. From a performance perspective, we did not necessarily have the right expertise, which we've now brought on board. Evidence could not be verified. We had IT legacy issues. We were very dependent on manual processes. The interventions that have been put in place is the development of a new strategy and APP, where we do submit to the Auditor General even before we submit to the Minister, so that the Auditor General's comments are taken into account, so that again downstream when you audit is not the first time you pick up issues, that we collectively agree on what the APP should look like, so that we don't have issues with technicalities of performance indicators. We've developed the planning and performance policy. We've done rigorous training of officials on planning and reporting in consultation with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. We've ensured that our indicators for the 25-26 financial year are properly defined and aligned to targets. And again, Chair, I want to make a commitment that NSFAS will not perform at 40% next year when we table our 25-26 audit report. And that we've developed an operational plan and we submit our quarterly
I don't want
reporting.
to disturb you, but I've been in this committee for long and I've heard that thing many times.
You'll take me outside and murmur me yourself if I don't. If we look at audit action plan to address Auditor General findings, I think the AG would have illustrated three major things in our opinion that are affecting the ability of NSFAS to improve its financial reporting, its performance reporting, as well as improve its audit outcome. Now, in that element, we have initiated a couple of things that enable us to resolve the issue. So let me talk to what I think are the three big issues at NSFAS. One, we don't seem to get the eligibility decisions correct. Or we seem to get a portion of our eligibility decisions incorrect. And it's not a small proportion. It goes up to 20,000 or 30,000 eligibility decisions that are being incorrectly made. Now, what we've done in that case is to try and strengthen our processes for assessing eligibility assessments here, both for applicants coming from South African Social Security households as well as non-SASSA applicants. And we've sourced the capacity of South African Revenue Service as well as National Treasury to assist us in providing due diligence on the decisions that we are making before they are communicated. So to have a layer of control to check that the decision is correct before we make it. And then, in addition, having our own internal audit department test a sample of our decisions to make sure that we've made correct decisions. Now, that will hopefully help us in improving the decisions that we're making. And once you've made a correct funding decision, you are likely again from there to have positive downstream impacts because it talks to regular disbursements to students. The one point where we seem to have a difference of opinion with National Treasury and with perhaps the Auditor General to some extent is about whether when a student meets the eligibility criteria, about them retaining that eligibility criteria throughout the tenure of their bursary. In my view, Chair, it is wrong. Household circumstances change all the time. If a household was less than 350,000, and somebody in that household gets a job that pushes them above 350,000, you can't defund the student. It's not the student's fault. Once you've committed to the bursary, you need to see the student through till the end of the bursary, provided they meet the academic progression criteria. And therefore, yes, we must get the decision right at inception. But once the decision is made, it needs to stay with the student until they complete or unless they don't meet the academic progression criteria. That's major issue number one, which NSFAS needs to fix and which I am confident we will fix in the 2026 academic year. The second issue is the historical loan book. Now, unfortunately, and it again reflects in the Auditor General's presentation, NSFAS has this history of taking on board major policy decisions for higher education. And NSFAS is the main implementation agent for higher education in South Africa. But if we look at the historical context, NSFAS did not build the capacity it needed to shift away from being a loan-based system towards being a bursary-based system. Yes, it was 6 years ago, but you still have a context where everybody who worked on loans was simply taken and moved to bursaries without this requisite skills-building system changes. And that allowed the entirety of the loan program capacity to be eroded, and which led to a complete collapse of the loan book. Now, and of course, we know that the system was switched off, no statements were issued, and that reflects in the financial statements in the audit report. Now, we have taken a number of steps since then. We've started the capacitation of the loan team. We are developing an organizational structure for what loans should look like, because in addition to collecting the historical book, we also have to drive implementation of the missing middle loan fund, which is a critical mechanism to drive access to higher education. In addition, we've now procured the loan system, and we will have that on board. We're transferring all of the data so that we have a system that can generate interest, send out statements. We've re-established the relationship with SARS so that SARS can support us on collection. And again, we're confident that when it comes to the 25-26 audit, we will be able to produce a better outcome on loans receivable, both in terms of how we account as well as collect for loans receivable. The last issue is around the Closeout project, and I think we're going to talk to that in detail now. Now, Chairperson, in the Closeout project, we have two major issues that I think we need to be able to resolve for. One is how NSFAS accounts for expenditure to universities and TVET colleges as and when that expenditure occurs. Universities and institutions submit claims to NSFAS on a monthly basis. On the basis and strength of those claims which are checked, we make disbursements to institutions, which keeps the higher education system functional in nature. Of course, at some point in time, there was a point raised to say, does, institutions are retaining surpluses of NSFAS. NSFAS is not reconciling at the end of the academic year. And we've had this ongoing process of trying to reconcile where we are in terms of right back to 2017. And this has really become an albatross around the organization's neck, because the inability to resolve this project has led to these successive adverse audit opinions. In addition, what you have is that most people are pulled from their normal day jobs to account to issues of the Closeout project, which means their day-to-day operational tasks tend to suffer, which really, again, just repeats the vicious cycle that we are in. Now, the steps or the interventions that we have put in place in the university sector, which is a much more mature and stable sector, we have worked directly with University Branch as well as University South Africa to say, how do we bring the reconciliation to a conclusion for all the academic years 2017 to 2024 by the end of 2024. And we are aggressively pursuing that deadline so that everything up to the end of last year, 2024, is concluded so that we start 2026 on a clean note. In addition to that, the steps that we are putting in place is that how does the reconciliation methodology work between ourselves and institutions going forward? We have developed that methodology, which means once an academic year concludes, the university has a certain amount of days to submit their data. NSFAS has a number of days to submit their reconciliation. And before the end of March, we have concluded the previous year's reconciliation, so you don't have this historical, ongoing, non-stop closeout project which hampers the organization's ability to be able to move forward. Now, we don't want to be punitive, Chairperson, in how we work with universities. However, should it come to the point where universities don't submit the required information that they are supposed to do, NSFAS will exercise its rights in terms of its memorandum of agreements in saying we don't want to punish students who will not withhold allowances, but we do hold the rights to withhold tuition until universities give us the correct data to enable us to be able to get our books right and present better audit outcomes to this committee. On the TVET side, we have a differing situation. On the TVET side, we have a less mature, less stable constituency that we are working with there. And the reality is that a number of TVETs have just not been able to submit the requisite information to enable us to close out TVET side of the Closeout project. Now, we have tried one last element to enable us to reconcile TVET data. We have gone directly to the institutions that provide data management and system support, which is Coltech and ITS, and asked them to provide us data. Our initial findings is that this may prove to be a fruitful exercise because they are able to give us the data. If we are successful, this should enable us to conclude TVET closeout and working with DHET TVET branch to build the right capacity in the TVET sector to enable us to close out projects for TVETs on a similar time frame as that of universities. Chair, as we move towards conclusion, the board's strategy or turnaround strategy is focused on 6 key pillars. One is that we know that over time, trust has been strongly eroded in the higher education sector, and we are working focused to rebuild trust with institutions, with student bodies through ongoing stakeholder management to be a transparent and a well-governed organization. We understand that trust comes less from what you say and what you actually do, and in that regard we are focused on a successful close out of 2025 and a stable start to 2026. A key component is addressing future financial sustainability, and as I've indicated, we have presented options to Cabinet on how we can sustainably fund NSFAS, because the other challenge that we must confront is that at the start of every single academic year we are chasing our tails where we don't have enough money to support the academic year, and that unleashes the chaos that we see in the form of student protests. And the reforms that we've outlined helps us to fix the sustainability funding model, which means everything else flows downstream from there. Thirdly, we have to build capacity to execute on the mandate. NSFAS needs the right capacity from a financial management perspective, from a loan management perspective, from a student support perspective that enables us to deliver on our mandate to society. This is premised on 2 key pillars. One is decentralization of services away from NSFAS's head office into institutions of higher learning. And 2 is reducing our dependency on consultants and building proper capacity within the institution. We are going through a process of assessing each division's capacity in the institution and to present an organizational design and structure that supports the ability of the institution to deliver. 4 is harnessing data through functional ICT systems. And again, I'm quite pleased that we've gone outside of our own institution, that the Digital Services Unit endorsed by Cabinet is supporting us in reforming and rebuilding our ICT systems that supports the student journey and interfaces with our stakeholders. We will continue to work collectively with the Auditor General and the Special Investigating Unit, as well as the Public Protector, in implementing their recommendations. And mainly, we need to enact a culture of ethical leadership in the organization with zero tolerance for fraud, corruption, and wastage. How have we done this thus far? If we look at the steps that this board has taken over its 8-month term of office, as indicated, we've started to fill key positions in the organization, both from an executive as well as senior management perspective. We've engaged a number of internal and external stakeholders. We've established functional board committees to drive and hold management to account in the implementation of the strategy. We continue to engage with organized labor as a critical stakeholder as well as employees. We've regularized the submission of our performance plan and 5-year strategic plan. We have engaged key regulatory bodies. We are concluding on all open legal matters. We've concluded the legal review on the student accommodation function. We have initiated 6 priority projects: design and realignment, loan management, sustainability funding, transitional framework for student accommodation, and we are 95% complete on the first 4. We intend to complete digital transformation and revised business operating model early in January next year. We managed to reprioritize 13.3 billion for this academic year, which allowed us to bring stability to this academic year. We opened and closed the NSFAS 2026 applications without any glitches, and we are now focused on a successful conclusion of the eligibility cycle, as well as a stable, well-planned, well-communicated start to the 2026 academic year. Chairperson, with that, I'll pause and hand back to the chair.
Thank you very much, team from NSFAS. Is that all acting chair on behalf of the interim chair?
That should be all, Chairperson, but I am noting that the acting CEO has made 4 key promises to the committee this morning, which is the submission of the Fs on time. So we will be expecting that the annual financial statements will be submitted on time. He spoke strongly about the improving performance and activating the loan book. I know that he is working on a sustainable funding model that we are expecting it to be active, and we will be holding him accountable in terms of, so long as he's still acting, in terms of those promises that he made this morning. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Acting DG, when I gave to NSFAS, we had went outside. Is there? Do you want to add? Are you sorted? Okay, I'm going to give to NSF because you are the acting board of NSF. Now I must give you in your capacity as the acting. I got you acting DG. You have not implemented the MTT recommendation that there must be a board. The DG is still the board. So I'm giving you, unless if you are sorted, then you'll give to the acting CEO of NSFAS, of NSF.
Thank you very much, Chair. While she's settling, I will be brief, and while she's making the presentation ready, please allow me, Chair, to be very brief in terms of the remarks that I'm going to make. But I do want to highlight that I have noted particularly the concerns when the chairperson was making the opening remarks in relation to the matters pertaining to the National Skills Fund and how these are affecting the citizenry of this country. Chairperson, you'll note from the presentation with which the acting CEO is going to indicate how NSF is beginning to reposition itself as a catalytic funding entity and how it is repurposing itself to drive youth employment and to support the PSET system in its entirety. The reforms that she's going to be talking about, Chairperson and Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, they will include improved governance. They will talk to better financial and operational procedures. They'll also talk to the development of NSF ICT infrastructure, which I think in the past 10 months, they have done a lot of progress in relation to putting the business processes in place, because these are crucial for the implementation of the mandate of NSF. Honourable Chair, as I pause, I want to indicate that that in the future NSF overhaul is underway, something which is very necessary, and this is done to improve how NSF is conducting its business. And I think the Honourable Chair adequately articulated this in his opening remarks. Let me then allow Ms. Era. You would note, Chairperson, that she has come with a team from NSF, but she will be leading the presentation, and where necessary, the team will be assisting in relation to the responses. There's also the chairperson, as is introduced himself, of the audit committee of the NSF. As I close on this matter, Chair, let me also indicate that the matters raised by the Honourable Chair and the matters that are going to be raised by the Honourable Members, I will relay this to our Director General when he returns to office on Monday. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Chair and members. We are here today to account to the committee and to the public in terms of the NSF annual report for 24-25. But I think, Chair, just as a reflection on the opening remarks of yourself and the acting DG, is that it cannot be business as usual. There are challenges that have been identified, not just recently, but over a period of time. And we have to ensure that as the NSF management, we implement measurable progressive systematic changes to the entity, which I will be reflecting during the presentation. So we are noting that since the presentation is going to be dealing with the last financial year of the 5-year strategic planning period 2020 to 2025, it is quite clear that the reforms that are required are not just those around the ministerial task team, but also in terms of how do we stabilize the entity so that we can respond to funding skills development for the about 4 million youth that you've identified and reported as part of the NEET. So in the presentation today, I'm going to start by dealing with the opening presentation on the structure. I will be handing over to the CFO to be dealing with the aspects on the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the audit outcome, audit action plan, and the financial report. And then I will revert back to taking us through the remainder of the presentation. So just from a strategic point of view, the 5-year strat plan, the vision that was set for the NSF is funding to skill our nation. And this is done through ensuring that funding is allocated towards skills development, towards a capable South African citizenry that contributes to improving economic participation and social development. From an organizational and macro structure, when we put this together, we were really trying to demonstrate that this has been an institution that has gone through significant leadership changes over the past financial year. And at this point in time, we do have a number of significant vacancies across the executive management as well as administration. And these are mainly within the finance, the project, and at executive level. In terms of the key highlights from the annual report, the NSF, one of the key outcomes is on education and training that is funded, and this includes workplace-based learning, learnerships, and at a provincial breakdown level, while the NSF has funded or reported funding of 56,277 beneficiaries for the financial year, which is significantly higher than the prior 2 financial years of the entity. We can see that significant funding and beneficiaries are in KZN, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo. The data does indicate to us that we have more beneficiaries that are from rural, with 35,324 being beneficiaries in rural areas. We are glad to indicate that they are mainly females that have been prioritized at 67% out of the total number of beneficiaries funded. The slide on learning sites is to indicate that the NSF, while we do work with TVET colleges and CETs for occupational programs, it cannot be done without employer sites and employer participation for workplace-based learning. So this is just an indication of where the employment activity takes place, and we do have significant numbers in Gauteng and KZN, followed by Mpumalanga. These are the learning program types that the entity has funded, and significantly these are around workplace-based skills programs and learnerships. What I must indicate, Chair, possibly on this slide, is that the NSF does also fund bursaries. However, as I proceed with the presentation, due to the bursary data not being compliant and reliable, we were unable to report it as part of this category. The NSF remains committed to an inclusive agenda in terms of skills development, and part of this is ensuring that we are funding learners with disabilities. So within this financial year of 24-25, we had 793 beneficiaries with different disabilities across the system, and we've had to support them. In terms of the organizational organizational context for the period under audit and reporting, the NSF had submitted an APP addendum with the intention to revise specific aspects around tracer studies, for example. And I just want to use that as an indication as to why we had submitted the addendum. The MTT makes a recommendation that the NSF must establish a research unit. And currently that unit is not in place, and hence the tracer study would not have been concluded within the period. So these were some of the amendments that were proposed. Unfortunately, the addendum was not approved, and hence we had to continue with the APP 24-25 as approved and tabled in March of the year. During the period, Chair, business has definitely not been as usual. We had the SIU proclamation that was issued on the 28th of March 2025, which is spanning a period from 1st of January 2013 to date. And this, I think I must just highlight in the context of an entity that is manual document based. If the SIU is looking for a learner ID from a particular project, we have to go and dig out those records. So these are not automated records that have to be compiled, so we had to put together teams to ensure that we cooperate with the SIU. We've also had the information regulator assessment that was conducted in July 2025. Because we are managing huge records of personal information, and there are recommendations that have been submitted to the NSF. We've also been cooperating with the Hawks in terms of the two cases. We have one with the anti-corruption unit and also one with the serious economic crimes unit. We've also had to fully comply in terms of cooperating. We've had 8 matters with the state attorney in terms of the recoupment of funds, and more recently is the material irregularity that we have also referred to the state attorney. We have unfortunately not realized any recoupment through the state attorney processes, and in fact we've had one matter that has subsequently prescribed at the hands of the state attorney. We've had 2 public protector matters, and the reason I'm emphasizing this is because these are changes in the entity where we had rescue initiatives. These were STPs that did not continue with the project, and hence the NSF had to intervene in terms of having rescue initiatives. Rescue initiatives have not previously been performed by the NSF, so really it's an indication that we, as management, focus on supporting the beneficiaries that should be benefiting from skills development. Towards the end of the presentation, I will be indicating the progress made around the stabilization as well as the reforms around the MTT recommendations in more detail. I must also indicate that this has been a period where there have been significant leadership change as well. In terms of the annual performance for 24-25, over the past 3 financial years, while the NSF has reported a 33% achievement against its performance, with 67% not being achieved, this is not really something to be applauded about. We are concerned as management, but what I did want to highlight is over the past 3 years, the systemic issues within the NSF that we are seeking to address, we are starting to realize traction in terms of the improvement of performance from 11% to 19% now to 33%. And I will explain what are the areas where we could have realized improved performance so that the committee can take note of it. Significant progress at a program level has taken place at the administration level, as well as in terms of our core funding programs, which is Program 2 on education and training, as well as the PSET system improvement funding, which is infrastructure, research, constituency development. And as you can see, Program 2 is where we had reported the lowest rate of achievement, and that is really of where we need to spend more focus on compliance, on reporting for the beneficiaries funded. Chair, in the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight key performance indicators from the APP. In terms of 1.1.1, which is on the percentage of material audit findings addressed, this is quite critical when the NSF is managing multi-billion rand worth of funds, and we need to ensure that we have the controls and capacity and systems in place. So the audit action plan, we have reported 86%, which is higher than what we had target in terms of the material findings to be addressed. And this is mainly due to the improvement in cooperation across all stakeholders in terms of accountability. But we have not arrived. We still remain with issues around capacity, and only recently deployed the ERP system for the NSF. In terms of the performance under ICT, we did achieve 100% in terms of deploying the system, and I'll allow the Director for ICT to speak to that. And this is one of the indicators that we've achieved. But what I also wanted to indicate is that we had done a client satisfaction survey in the period to gauge from our stakeholders, learners, as well as SDPs, regarding their satisfaction of the service of NSF so that we can improve. This was done by an independent provider, and the report indicates that there's a 79% client satisfaction that is reported. There are recommendations we are implementing. In terms of skills development funding, which is the key to the mandate of the NSF.
Sorry to disturb. The previous slide, you said there's how many percent satisfactory?
79% is the reported number.
Of what?
So 79% of the clients that the NSF conducted a survey with was satisfied with the services they were receiving from the NSF.
Yeah, I don't want to disturb you, but it will be concerning that 79% of your clients are satisfied when you have achieved of your core business, you have achieved 10%. Who are these clients? They are satisfied with what? Because, yeah, no, maybe we'll say, I just thought, no. You have achieved 1 out of 10 of your core business. They're being paid, these ones, for not doing the job. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I just thought, this one disturbed me. There's a lot of things that are disturbing, but this one was just one. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. We'll respond to those questions after we've concluded the presentation. I'm a bit tempted to respond, but I'll refrain, and we'll come back to it at the end. Then in terms of skills development funding, Program 2, the number of learners funded by the NSF for education and training, maybe what I must emphasize, these are mainly workplace-based learning program interventions, skills programs, learnerships, apprenticeships that we are currently reporting under this particular indicator. And it's the most important one because it tells us how many beneficiaries we are supporting in the period with reliable evidence. So we have 56,277 that we could account for. Unfortunately, we missed meeting this target by 6,223. And the main reasons for this is that the SDPs, which refers back to the comment that you raised earlier, Chair, the SDPs that are approved for funding either did not submit quarterly performance reports on time or incomplete portfolio of evidence such as IDs, learner contracts, in order for us to report the actual achievement. Had we included it, it would have increased our misstatement with the Auditor General and brought the credibility of the performance into question. We have issued non-compliances to the SDPs in that regard. Then the other outcome indicators regarding the number of learners who have completed their education and training, because it's not only about funding, we also want to ensure that they are certified. Unfortunately, for this indicator, we had only reported an achievement of 5,847 against 29,210. And it's quite key for us to highlight that some of the delays reported here is around trade testing dates that are delayed. And these are trade test dates that are not determined by the NSF. They are done through the Trade Test Center in Lela. And also delays from the CETAs and the QCTO in terms of issuing certificates to the learners timeously. And this often comes after the financial year is completed. So the data, we are unable to record it accordingly. We do have issues of dropout rate, but the number is not as significant compared to the learner certification. Then in terms of number of bursary students funded, we just missed meeting this target by 126. We have 4,874. And Chair, I think at this point what I do need to indicate that when the CFO presents, you will see that a significant portion of the NSF expenditure is the transfer of the 1 billion rand to NSFAS. And unfortunately, at the time of us submitting to the AGSA, we were unable to provide reliable evidence in terms of the bursary students funded through the NSFAS financial allocation. So you will see the expenditure is higher in comparison to the performance, but that data is not incorporated here. I'm going to then proceed and indicate that all the indicators related to research, I've already touched on this because the NSF does not have a research unit. We had gone through the DHET SCM processes to appoint a service provider because we currently do not have our own SCM unit. So we unfortunately did not have the service provider appointed in time, and these studies were not completed. We also did not meet the target for SMME and cooperatives 2.2.1. The major project is here with CITFA in terms of SMME development. Non-compliance has been reported and escalated in terms of the supporting evidence and the beneficiaries. We should have had an overachievement of 10 for infrastructure development projects. We have mainly realized the overachievement due to TVET Phase 3 and CET projects that had infrastructure-related contributions, and then hence we was able to achieve 8 more in comparison to what was planned. In terms of the sites that are required to be completed, we had 3 sites that were delayed. And I must indicate this is not related to the DHET, is it called the CIGC? These are the NSF allocated projects. There are 3 that were remaining and that could not be reported as completed due to various delays at the infrastructure sites themselves. And then the capacity development. So under Program 3, we had realized a much higher rate of improvement in comparison to the prior years, including research that needed to be conducted. Chair, with that, I'm going to hand over to the CFO to take us through the irregular and the financial report.
Okay, thank you so much, Acting EO, and thank you so much, Chairperson. So, in terms of the, my presentation will cover 3 areas as indicated. I'll start with irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then I'll concentrate on the audit action plan, and then summarize the audit outcome as well as financial information. Okay. All right. In terms of the irregular expenditure that it was incurred in the current financial year, we did not report any irregular expenditure. However, there was an adjustment that was made to the opening balance of the irregular expenditure. So how does it work? We do the first part of identifying the irregular expenditure, then we perform the assessment of the irregular expenditure, which needs to be approved by the accounting authority. Thereafter, after the approval, we will then do the determination test, which then needs to be finalized. So the discrepancy will come when the assessment amounts are different from the determination test amount. So what will then happen is that we will then make the adjustment on the opening balance. And then in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have identified one case which amounts to 11.2 million roughly. This has been recorded in the annual report. So the service provider, so we've done the assessment as alluded earlier, and then what we need to do, we'll do the determination test. However, because we do not have internal resources, we rely on the external service provider. So we have started the process of procuring the service provider that will perform the determination test, okay? And then in terms of the legacy, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as irregular expenditure, we have had 11 cases. One case has been identified in the current year. I've indicated that on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. 8 cases we have performed the determination test, and then 2 cases we have appointed the service provider that will deal with that. Chairperson, because this we've developed this presentation a few weeks back, so they have finalized this determination test. They will be tabling the report very soon. Okay. So with the one on the current financial year, I've indicated that we are in the process of procuring the service provider to perform the determination test. And then in terms of irregular expenditure, we have about 8 cases which are legacy issues, as alluded. So 3 cases have fully been investigated, a consequence management have taken place, and they've been removed from the irregular expenditure register. And then 5 remaining, we have 2 that are in process of implementing the recommendation. We then have 2 that at this time again we were still okay. I think 2 weeks when we submitted the report or presentation, this was a stage. But as we sit now, these 2 cases have been approved by the accounting authority for the removal on the register, and then 1 case which relates to the NSFAS has been condoned by the accounting authority. So the 1.7 billion has been removed from the irregular expenditure register. Okay. Then in terms of on the progress, so this is the overall summary, Chairperson. So we are sitting now at 73% completed on fruitless and wasteful. 18% is in progress and 1 is still outstanding. The one that is still outstanding relates to the current financial year that was identified. Irregular expenditure, 100% has been completed. Some of them have been removed from the irregular expenditure, with the exception of 1 where we need to do a further investigation. Okay. Then in terms of addressing the HGSA findings, so this, Chairperson, maybe in summary or overview, we had about 43 findings that were identified by the HG. 13 of those were material, which equates to 30%. This one will not address in terms of ensuring that they do not reoccur. But our main issue, but you will see in terms of the root causes, our main issue is around the non-exchange transaction. So they relate to skills development expenditure, deferred expenditure, payables, accrual, and related parties. But there was another paragraph that was inserted by the AG around the TVET college infrastructure, which is also part of the audit report. So the key findings, Chairperson, that you've identified by the AG, number one is a lack of review or effective review of the financial statements, sign-off as well as monitoring process, inadequate review of the financial statement balances and supporting schedule. Supporting schedule are not updated timelessly with QFRs, are not ready available for audit, insufficient review and reconciliation of accounts, expenditure reported in the financial statements are not accurately reconciled to the underlying transactions in the QFRs, resulting in discrepancies. And then we have issues around consequence management, where 2 instances where determination test was not started, and other 2 where the action was not taken against the employees. Then we have our primary root causes, Chairperson, around capacity constraint in critical positions. So, for example, at finance, out of the 16 that are still not filled, we have directors, Director SCM, Director Fund Management, Director Financial Reporting. Over and above that, we do not, at financial reporting, we do not have a deputy director. So the person who is responsible for financial statement is an assistant director. Then fund management, we have 3 deputy directors which are vacant. And then, and then the second primary root cause is a lack of automated system. So it's important that I highlight this, Chairperson, that with the lack of automated integrated system, so we have the commitment schedule which links to our financial workbook. So if there are no adequate processes that takes the numbers from the quarterly financial report to a commitment schedule to the financial workbook, we experience a problem of errors. Obviously, when you look at the volume of those transactions, the manual processes will never work. So in other words, the over-reliance on manual processes is the one that causes us the qualification. Okay, in terms of the analysis of findings, so as alluded, most of the findings are sitting at the financial statements. And then performance information is about 14%, and then compliance is about 19%. So when you really look at in terms of the per unit, CFO's office, the office of the CFO, so here the reason for this high percentage is because of the fund management unit, which then deals with the commitment schedule and financial workbook that I've alluded to. Then SDI, we have 28%, and then we have 2% on COP, and then 5% on LGRC, as well as 2% on internal audit. So in terms of the root causes, I've already alluded to this, I will not repeat, okay? Then, in terms of the material findings, so we are sitting with 13 material findings. So we have already started with addressing those. So there's none that has been completed, and then there's none that is not yet started. So in terms of where these are sitting, most of them are sitting on skills development expenditure, and then you have the one that sits to the financial statements around the FMU, and then you have the ones that are sitting on performance information, and then the other is sitting on consequence management. Moving to the next slide. So this is a summary of the audit action plan. So I won't speak much on the audit finding, but I'll just look at the corrective action. So we are already in the process of filling the position of the director. We have done the shortlisting. So the next step is to perform the interviews. We are hoping to finalize the whole process by the 31st of March. And then what we also, while we are appointing the director, we want to also have a service provider that will assist us with the fund management unit. So because of the capacity issues that we have, we are currently procuring a service provider to assist us, number one, with ensuring that whatever that is captured on the QFR is correct, whatever that is transferred to the commitment schedule is correct, whatever that is sitting on the financial workbook is also correct. But over and above that, they will perform the reviews to ensure that the financial statements are accurate. Okay. So in terms of the performance information, so Here, what we are looking in terms of the corrective action, we will be capacitating capacitating of the project management teams. Obviously, this goes together with the FMU in ensuring that the review of all underlying source documentation prior approval of the performance information. The regionalization and capacitation of the regional quality assurance team. So, Chairperson, when we presented in the previous financial year, we highlighted the importance of the quality assurance unit. So we will be enhancing that. And then the third part will be identifying the high-risk portfolios by the project directors to ensure that we focus on those ones. So how will it work? We'll identify those projects which are high risk, and then quality assurance will be performed in that regard. Okay. Then in terms of compliance, so again, here we highlighted the issue around the capacity, because at the moment our loss control function, as much as we've done so much work, but it's represented by one person. So we want to appoint a DD who will then assist the current director. So the process, we are hoping that it will be finalized by 31st March 2026. Then, Chairperson, also we need to have our own panel of investigators and attorneys. These will assist us to fast track the process in terms of the determination test, because once we identify the matter, what will happen is that we start the procurement process. But what we want to do is to ensure that once we identify the matter, we just select from the panel. Okay. Then what we have already started with, we have a committee that sits on a monthly basis just to track all the recommendations that have been highlighted in the determination test. So the part of the feedback that is here is part of the recommendation that have been made. That will take me to the end in terms of the AAP. Then in terms of the audit outcome and the financial overview, I'll be very quick, Chairperson, in this, because it's part of the annual report. So in terms of the qualification or audit outcome, we have received a qualified audit opinion, which is similar to the prior year. So I've mentioned all the components that were qualified, but it's in the main, they are around the financial workbook that we utilize. And then in terms of performance information, we have findings on usefulness and reliability that have been reported. I think it was reported even in the previous year. And then we have issues around the financial statements, and then we've got issues on the consequence management. So in terms of the financial statement, Chairperson, so in the past, AG will allow us to do the corrections. Hence, we will see that in the previous financial year, we ended up with, I think, 2.3 million as misstatements. However, in the current financial year, we were not given that opportunity to correct the financial statements. Okay. So other improvements that maybe can be highlighted is the fact that we have reduced the material misstatements on the financial statements. We have reduced the limitation on the SDF expenditure, and performance information has remained stagnant on the qualification. Okay. Then moving on to the next slide. So here we're just unpacking the material misstatement that have been identified. As I've alluded, we had about 50 million in terms of the actual misstatements vis-a-vis the prior year of 2.8 million. So I did highlight the fact that the financial statements that were submitted on the 31st of May were never adjusted. So the audit outcome is based on that. I'm very confident that if we had been given that opportunity, we might have seen the reduction in terms of the error. Okay. Then going to the financial overview, Chairperson, I will be very quick on this one. We have about 5% in terms of the improvement from the previous year, but it's mainly the improvement is around the SDL levies. So other than that, we have the finance income from the SDPs, which has improved about 40%. Okay. Then, in terms of SDF expenditure, I think this was highlighted as well, that in the prior year we have about 1.9 billion. In the current year, we had about 4.5 billion. So the improvement there is 182%. But in the main, we're highlighting the issue around the 1 billion that has been allocated to NSFAS for missing middle. But what is critical, again, this need to speak to the performance information, which was alluded by the acting EO, that as much as we have paid disbursed these amounts, it needs to be supported by verifiable performance information. Okay. And then administrative, I won't go line by line, but maybe the one that I need to highlight is around operating expenditure, which have about 57%, and then we have employee cost, which have about 27% improvement. Okay. Then in terms of the non-current asset, again, so maybe one can highlight around the PPE, which is about 20% improvement, but this is due to the procurement of office equipment and network infrastructure, etc. Then in terms of the TVET College, you will see the chairperson, there's a huge decrease. This is due to the Closeout TVET infrastructure project. Okay. Then current asset, when you look at the main ones, you will look at the trade and other receivable from non-exchange, and then you look at the deferred expenditure, which is about, it's a very awkward number there, but unfortunately it's not significant. It's about 34 million in terms of increase. And then we look at the deferred expenditure, it's about 108%. Again, it's a significant amount, but really, in terms of the materiality, it's not that significant. Okay. Then cash and cash equivalent, you have about improvement of 91%. So this one, mainly, we were due to disperse. We were hoping that we'll disperse more towards the financial year end, but that did not occur. Okay. Then current liabilities, one matter that maybe one want to raise is around the provisions. So this is where the reports have not been finalized or submitted to us. So that's where you see an increase of 374%. Okay. Then accumulated surplus. Here maybe I can just spend a bit of time. So the accumulated surplus of 16.3 billion. This does not really represent the money that we have as NSF, but it's the accumulation in terms of the accounting standard. So in a normal organization, you'll have profit or loss. So in the instance of the government institution, you will have a surplus or deficit. So in this instance, that is why, for example, at some stage, once you take your revenue and subtract your expenditure, then you get your surplus or the deficit. So the fact that we have not been achieving our goals, that's why you will have this accumulated surplus over a number of years. Okay. So, but another important element is that we do apply to National Treasury just to highlight to them all the surpluses that we are currently having, and then we did obtain the approval in the current financial year as well. Okay. Then, when looking at the expenditure vis-a-vis the administrative expenditure, so there is a limit that is required in terms of the SDL Act that NSF needs to spend at least 10% on administrative expenditure based on the skills levy. So where we are sitting now as NSF, we are still spending 5%, but with all the plans or reforms that we're currently having, this this percentage might expand to reach 10%, something that we said we need to think about in terms of how do we increase this percentage. Okay. In terms of commitment, these are operating commitments, or these are contractual commitments. We have about 970 million, which is 47% increase from the prior year. Okay, then when we compare budget vis-a-vis actual, so when we look at the revenue, we are sitting at minus 2.7%. So what we were hoping to receive through levies, it did not occur. So we are sitting at around 5.9 billion. Okay. Then in terms of SDF, again here we were hoping to disperse 5.7 billion. However, we dispersed 4.5 billion. We recognize 4.5 billion. So where we are sitting now, we are at about 20% less, but it's far more when you compare it to the previous years. And then operating expenditure, in total here we are sitting at 11.5%, which is lesser than in our budget. So we are sitting at 210 million in the current financial year. Yeah. So, Chairperson, that will take me to the end, but we have included the irregular expenditure register as part of the submission and audit action plan. Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm going to just summarize the human resource management as well as the ministerial task team stabilization progress. So, Chair, in summary, when we set out the context of the entity, when I opened the presentation, it's quite clear that the entity is dependent on having a fully appointed capacity to undertake the controls that are required. So we've established the HR unit within the NSF, the delegations currently that are in place at the level of a ministerial approval. We have been instructed to draft and review the delegations of the NSF and route those to the minister so that we can have improved efficiencies while we have control. This will also be the first year that the NSF had its own dedicated labor relations unit. Previously, all matters of labor relations were handled through the Department of Higher Education and Training. However, if there is a DHET official implicated, DHET's labor relations will manage those matters and not the NSF. In terms of our vacancies, we remain committed, Chair, to reduce the vacancy from 22% to 10%. I'm sure as the committee you've heard us speak about vacancy and capacity each year. The key issue is that as we have more investigations, staff growth and capacity, the greater our turnover rate has been, because the workload, the staff morale have all impacted on our capability to retain officials within the entity. So we're consistently sitting at this vacancy rate of 22%, and we are fast tracking that by the end of February, all the recommendations for shortlisting and submission approvals have been routed to the DG or the Minister for approval. I won't go through these slides. They just provide a breakdown of where these vacancies are sitting, which I've already mapped to the organizational structure presentation earlier. And this is just an indication of where we are with all the shortlisting and recruitment processes for all the positions. But it's key for us to ensure that these vacancies are tracked. But even if we appoint officials, we've realized that we need to manage organizational culture to reduce matters of staff resigning and moving out of the NSF. So we've implemented initiatives around training to support staff, also working with higher health to support staff wellness within the entity, because we have not got our own dedicated EAP into program at the moment, but we've partnered with higher health to support staff. We are also looking at matters of employment equity, and this is just the data that is being presented for NSF. We do have work that we need to do with the employment equity committee to be established, but this is our current statistical data. In terms of the Nexus forensic report and the update on the consequence management, this is just a slide on all the 11 projects that were identified as part of the investigation. There were 6 officials that were named in the investigative report. Some were placed on suspension and DC processes were concluded. However, I must indicate in summary that on the 7th of November, NSF executive received an instruction that the officials have been cleared through the disciplinary processes and they can commence working at NSF. We do have 5 officials that have commenced at NSF and 1 official who has requested a transfer, and we're still managing the implementation. So NSF is also implementing the recommendations of the MTT. Chair, in terms of consequence management, considering the 5 minutes, I can indicate that there's significant progress that we have undertaken around disciplinary procedures. I'm not going to list all of them. However, the one on the Northwest project, I do think I need to provide a report back to the committee. It's a matter raised previously, where we are at the stage of the disciplinary hearings for the first employee. The second employee resigned from the NSF, and the third employee, the disciplinary procedures have been approved, and the last one is underway. Under the matter of NSFAS, the CFO has already dealt with this matter, so I'm not going to continue with this. And if I can move on to the ministerial task team implementation as I move towards closure, Chair.
Yeah, our time is now against us. Members must still engage. We have a 3-line whip in Parliament.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I'm going to close you there.
Okay.
And department, acting DG, are you covered, sorted? Thank you very much. Members? I'm going to give you members. I'm just, maybe before I give my members, CFO, did I hear correctly when you said this financial year we have spent 4.5 billion? That is the expenditure of the entity.
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson.
On what? What projects did you spend 4.5 billion on?
On various projects. Do need the name of?
No, where are they, these projects of yours? Because all these members here, they come from constituencies. We come from constituencies. I've not seen the projects, honestly, in this financial year. So that financial year you spent 1.9 billion. Even that we're questioning. We even asked, maybe it was because we were buying rabbits for thousands and Louis Vuittons. Now you are now at 4.5 billion. Let's remove the 1 billion for NSFAS. So you're at 3.5 billion. This 3.5 billion comes with 33% performance. Maybe it's I don't know if the proclamation of the SIU covers this part, but there are certain things that just don't make sense. It does. I hope it does, because we go, in constituencies, some of us, Parliament, every Monday, we're required to be at our constituencies, getting problems of our. That's why when we speak about problems of students not receiving allowances, we're not thumb-sucking, we're not reading that from the news. We interact with them. We go to every Monday, we go to our constituencies. And I don't know which, I know here we've got constituencies from Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape, Free State. Maybe all these projects were in Limpopo because we don't have a member from Limpopo. But from these provinces where we go, or where we come from, where our political parties have deployed us, we've not seen these projects, except one or two of very small numbers, like the ones that we visited at the beginning of the year in Ekurhuleni. But I'm not convinced that this 4.5 billion. That one. So, let me give you members. How many minutes do you want? 10 each. It's the last day of our committee today. We'll meet next year unless we are forced to summon people. So 12 minutes. Okay. Let me write your names down here. Honorable Zondo, I'll start with you. I know you must leave now, so I'll start with you. Now in the afternoon at 3. No, Honorable Zondo is going somewhere. Then Honorable Ngubane, you'll follow Honorable Zondo. Dr. Christians. Deputy Chair. LKK. Khabo. And Low. Yes, it's been here. So, Babzondo, take us through.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I'll start with the CFO for NSF. In your department, you almost have 40% vacancies. Then finance department, it's one of the critical department in the entity. Each and every entity, any organization, finance department is one of the engine that make the department do well or do bad. Then how do you survive with that percentage of vacancies?
All right.
Yeah, no, it's a direct. I ask you
That's fine.
answer. I ask you answer. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, honorable member, that's one of the issues that really keep us where we are in terms of the audit outcome. So I highlighted 3 directors that report to me are vacant. Person that prepares the financial statements, which is the financial reporting, there's no director there. The person that prepares the financial statement is an assistant director. So there's no deputy director.
CFO, I have that information.
Okay.
I know the vacancies in your. That's why I told you that almost is 40 or 42% vacancies. Then I want to understand, how are you planning to turn around and cover for all these directors and all these people who are not at work to achieve a better result in your department? Because the result are manufactured in your department. So I want to understand how are we going to change that with those vacancies.
Okay. Yeah. So what we've done now, we have started the process. That's number 1. Number 2, we are augmenting the capacity with the service provider. So we are currently getting the service provider will assist us with the commitment schedule, as financial workbook, as well as the preparation of the financial statements.
You have started the process of what?
Procuring a service provider.
Okay.
To augment
When did this vacancy been in your department?
So I started in 2022. So there was one director, FMU, but he resigned, I think, 2 months down the line.
Okay,
So since then,
thereafter, 2022, now it's 2025.
okay.
You are still saying you have started the process to procure
Okay.
the
No,
service provider. Then what was happening in these 3 years where you are a CFO and there are no directors?
so what we've tried to do was to get an acting capacity. So the 6 months elapsed, and thereafter we started the process of of getting the to fill the positions. But unfortunately, due to change in administration, the process needed to be started all over again for those 3 positions.
When you mean change, what change are you talking about?
So, for example, the change in ministers, we needed to start the process all over again because those appointments were not endorsed.
So are you telling me that it's the minister who said start afresh the process? Because when you're getting into the office, you will find the process in the line. You just verify that all the required processes are been taken care of. Then you say continue. Then you are telling me that the minister said start afresh, and then another one get in the office and say start afresh. Are you saying that?
That's the information that we got from HR because I was part of the interview process. I was part of the people that were part of the submission until the finalization. But when we now needed to appoint, then it never happened. But HR is here to assist me because I don't know really what happened at the top there.
Okay, Honorable Musaza. Press mic, love. Our mics do work, unlike those ones in Russia. So.
No, thanks, Chair. My apologies, Honorable Zondo. I think this is a very crucial point, and the CFO is not doing justice to the question. If, let's speak legislation, you can't just say, CFO of this big institution, the processes had to start afresh because there was new minister or new ministry or new administration. Give us what legislation says and what happened, so that we understand. Otherwise, we're going to have issues with this question. So we really want to get the response to that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Zana. So that's what I indicated, that maybe HR can assist me here, because on my side, I was part of the process. And we know that we recommended the certain individuals, but they were never appointed. But now we are starting another process to do the same process. So HR maybe can assist me in this regard. Thank you.
HR.
But Chair, before the HR responds, I want the CFO to say, this is his department. He is the head of finance. He has started the process of employing the people under his leadership. And then now we have to start again the process. And he's citing the name of the minister. I want him to repeat that before the HR come on board.
Well, so maybe I need to put it this way. So what we understand is that there's a process that needs to be followed. And then the person needs to make an
No.
Okay.
Don't say what you understand.
Yeah.
Say what you have said.
Yes.
You have said the issue of minister keep on changing. You have keep on changing, starting afresh the process. That's what you have said. So don't change that statement.
Okay.
I want you to reaffirm that statement to say, because ministers have been changing. When they come in the office, they say start everything afresh. In fact, the process of employing people. I want you to reaffirm that before you go to HR, because HR have to to support you or put another side of the story.
Yeah. So I think on my side, that's what we from our ex-committee, because we do inquire to say we have done this process and we finalize it. Okay, are the people starting, or what is the process that is being followed? Then we will be told to say, because of the change in administration, then we need to start the process because the previous minister, for example, will not endorse the appointments.
Okay. HR. HR, let's do this. What level is this post?
Level 13, Chair, directors.
And directors approved or should be approved by the minister.
That is correct.
And so take us through quickly on this one. What transpired? Are you confirming that the process was concluded and the recommended person from the process was declined by the minister?
Chair, we had a moratorium of recruitment in the DHET.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
If you had a moratorium, would not have done the process. So you guys had a moratorium and then you continued to want to recruit.
No, the moratorium was issued after the process had been concluded.
So
But
you
the
did not have a
approval- And the
moratorium.
approval wasn't concluded.
No, so you did not have a moratorium when you started the process
No.
and when you concluded the process.
The moratorium was issued when we concluded before we concluded the process.
Yeah, so then it's not true that you concluded the process, you took it to the minister and the minister refused. And that's what I was asking you. Is it true that the process was concluded and the minister declined the product of this HR process that you guys did? So it's not true.
No, it is true, Chair, that it was declined on the basis of the moratorium being in place by the time the submission got to the minister. So it was declined on that basis.
Yes.
Chair, maybe the HR and CFO can assist us. Here there's posts that are said to be funded. Then there's vacancies. So if there's a moratorium, it means that the funded post altogether can't also be advertised or processed. What does it mean, moratorium and the funded posts that are vacant? So that we maybe assisted there. But it's also concerning, Chair, the fact that the CFO of the entity is presenting and reporting something that is contrary to what HR is saying. Because he mentioned nothing about the moratorium, but said that because of change of administration, the process had to start afresh. So, I don't know, Chair, but it's not my time, but I think, Chair, it's a cause for concern.
Yobe Babzondo. Yobe. I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, Chair. So if the department has a moratorium on appointments, even if there is a funded allocation, Mam Fuchan, it means you can't use that funding because the department has said stop. That is my understanding. So the vacancies CFO is referring to, is it my understanding, Uguti, he says they completed the process, and then when the moratorium came, they had to stop. Not start from scratch because of ministry, but stop because of a moratorium. Is that correct?
Okay. CEO, why was the moratorium issued? What was the reason for the department? I'm assuming it's the department, for saying to NSF that has been performing poorly, that has been complaining that they don't have, they've got funded posts that are not filled. What would have been the rationale from the department? The DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The moratorium was not only for NSF, but for the entire department, so it included NSF. The only reason that I recall that might have been raised at one of the meetings we had, there could have been others, Honorable Chair, was that some of the posts were advertised quite a while back. So some of the posts were advertised, for an example, 2 years back, and the processes had taken long. But I do recall us being in a meeting where the minister had said that all those posts, everything must be re-advertised. I don't have further detail, but it was for the entire department, including NSF.
Yeah, when somebody says,
Oh yes, I must also clarify. I think Ms. Era is reminding me. This is not in relation to the current minister. That was with the previous minister. So all of those posts, department and NSF.
yeah, when the
That was the
minister
instruction
says,
of the previous minister.
when the minister says,
Hold on, Chair.
I'll give you now. When the minister says the posts have been long advertised, that can be a moratorium. I'm asking you, a moratorium is an instruction to stop doing something, to stop recruitment, and not to re-advertise. So that's a different, unless we have a different understanding. My question is specific on why was there a moratorium put on NSF? You don't know. Okay. Yes.
Chair, I could be wrong, but I remember somewhere, the Department of Public Service, DPSA, having a moratorium across board. So that's what I understand the moratorium to be about. I don't know if when it lapsed and whether if it's still in effect or what, but I think think that's what we need to test. At what point did DPSA say stop? What then did they press start? And then where did the DHEAD find itself?
Okay, thanks, Chair. My understanding and the instruction we had was DPSA, as indicated, had placed the moratorium across all departments, not just DHET or NSF. That was in terms of funded posts. In terms of when had it lapsed, at the end of March, we received the DPSA circular uplifting, I don't know if these are the right words, uplifting that moratorium. And hence, subsequently, NSF received approval to advertise all the posts and vacancies. And those are the ones we're currently busy with shortlisting of this year. April of this year, we commenced with that process.
No, Chair, I don't know if we are still counting on my time in this conservation. Okay. Okay, I think, Chair, I will still stick to the response of the CFO. Why so? Because the explanation that I've been given is because I've over-asked CFO about his response in my question. That when it was uplifted, I think because it was not specific on your entity or on your organization, you should have kickstart the process where you left it off, because it was not specific that there are irregularities in your process, in your department or in your entity. It was something across. Then when it's lifted, you pick up where you left off and you check if you are still in line in the process, then you continue. But the first response said because of the change of the ministers. Then your later response are trying to brush off that response. I think we need to get to the bottom of that to say, why do you start afresh? Because I can cite departments who, after the liftment of that moratorium, they go on with the recruitment and they've had people in the positions. So why with you? But I'll leave that to you, because now you have given so many responses that are contradicting each other.
Can I respond, Honorable Nundab? I think maybe on my side I might have made a mistake due to technicalities of the wording of human HR. But I think the conversation now clearly defines what made the law could ask not to fill the vacancies. So maybe you can, I apologize, my mistake, my response maybe was not well thought, but the colleagues now have indicated what could be the reason. Thank you.
My problem, CFO, is that CFO is here, CEO is here, HR is here, the acting DG is here. then we cannot say what may be the reason. We must get precise answers to say we have stopped doing this because of this and that. Because we are all here. It's not like there's someone who is not here that needs to respond on your behalf. No matter you are responding on his or her behalf, you know. So that's why I'm saying I'm sticking with your answer, because your answer is the one that is convincing. Your answer is the one that is convincing. This one of Moratorium, I hear it, but I have a problem with starting afresh the process, a legitimate process, because of a Moratorium that was coming across all departments, or all government departments. And I have departments that have kickstarted the process where they left off, and they've continued and hired people and appointed people. And we have your department. We have an audit outcome that is affected by the vacancies in your department. Then we are saying that even with that Moratorium, you had the chance to go and present your case that we are having a problem here, we're going to get an undesired outcome, audit outcome. Then we're in the process, this step. And now because of this directive, we can't continue. So you're telling me that for so many years, we have to stop the process and get a bad outcome, but you can't talk to your colleagues because DPSA is another department within the same government. You know, so I don't understand. And I'm not convinced with what you are trying to say. Remember, when you are responding to me, Chair always say that when you are responding to us, some of the questions we ask them already you have answers. And people, South African citizens, they know these things. There are people from the same department that you are serving that knows the truth. That you've got a directive that because there is a new minister, we need to start afresh this process. It's something that happens. That when someone gets into the office, will stop everything and start afresh so that he'll get his or her people in the office. You know it. You've said it.
No, I can't comment on that, but I was saying on my side,
okay.
the only part that maybe I might have said, which maybe is not, it was not correct, is to say it is a change in administration. But the colleagues have put now the reasons, because I'm not a HR technical expert. It's like, for example, asking an HR expert about financial information. They might respond in the first answer that comes to your head. Maybe that's what happened to me. But I don't know anything about what you are saying to say the minister will stop everything and then restart the process to appoint their people. That one I can't comment because I don't know it.
Oh, it's something that comes from me. Is that what you are saying now? It's come from me. But you said that you were told to start afresh the process because there is a new minister in the office. And now you are saying you can't comment on that, you don't know about that. So that means it comes from me. But let me continue. Let's leave it. When was this Moratorium acting teaching? The year.
Through you, Chair. There was a directive that came from National Treasury in August of 2023 under the provision of cost containment. And it was followed in, I think, October of 2023 when DPSA also then did a directive. The National Treasury directive had, amongst others, indicated no funding of new posts. And that gave the rise to the DPSA. I think it's Circular 46 of 2023. I speak under correction of that, but the month I know it's October of 2023.
Why, Chair, I'm asking this question of the year of the Moratorium is because we are talking about 2023. Now we're 2025. And if we go back to all the departments, no department have had anyone last year. Because you said the Moratorium was given 2023 and was lifted in March 2025. Are you telling me that 2024 there is no director or or any senior management in the department that was hired. Is that what you are saying?
Chair, thanks. What had happened subsequent to that, the DPSA had said for any post that was intended to be filled, it had to be submitted to DPSA. In fact, there were two processes to be followed subsequent to the initial directive.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now you are saying what I've said. I've said I know departments that have employed people last year. And they've gone to DPSA, they've presented their case, why they need to urgently fill those positions. And DPSA allowed them to do that. Why you didn't do that? Because you can't hide about this Moratorium, because it was not directed to you specific. CFO, CEO, why?
So, Honorable Member, we did present our case around audit and the impact on audit and having the resources, but it was consistently applied within the NSF specifically that we would need to restart the process. Those submissions, as I've indicated in the presentation, the approval for all positions at all levels, not just senior management, resides with the minister. So currently, when we had to get the approval, as we stand, those submissions did not come back as approved. That's what so we did present our case in terms of impact on audit and performance.
Okay. So I asked earlier on, after I think that this one tried to get answers from the CFO. HR, you said no. It was not declined from the minister. It was because of moratorium. Now, the Zondo says departments or entities were allowed to state their case with DPSA to continue with the processes. The acting CEO says we had done so. But in our case, we were then told to restart the process. You see, those things are not the same. And I think the CFO was taking us there earlier on. Yeah, but HR and acting DG and acting CEO. You know, if you are not telling us the truth, you are not helping us, for us, all of us, to arrive at a resolution that's going to help this entity. I said when I started the meeting, we've got more than 4 million people who are not in employment, education, or training, and that's our space. NSF, on its core business of skills development, we have achieved 1 out of 10 targets. And this thing of 33%, you see this thing of administration, you put a target there, I want to print 40 papers. For me, I don't take that thing as an achievement. Achievement should be based on core business. And if we are to look at the real core business of NSF, you have achieved 10%, 1 out of 10. And when we want to help, because if the problem comes from the top, you are being frustrated in filling posts that will help you achieve your targets. And you come here, you want to sugarcoat, you don't want to say them as they are. How are you going to be assisted? You're not going to be assisted. And if you're not assisted, our people who are unemployed out there are not going to be assisted. So you are becoming a barrier in helping our people live themselves out of the situation they find themselves in. So don't sugarcoat things. Don't try to protect the boho because it's not about that. The entity is suffering. You guys are at the helm. We must blame you. And you are now saying, no, it was because of a countrywide moratorium. And departments were making their case. You are saying to us, we also went through that route. You are confirming that part, that people were allowed to state their case. It will be on the strength of your case basis. Now you are saying to us, yes, we did so, but we were told to restart the process by our minister or by our department, or whatever. But that's what you are saying to us, which is no longer a DPSA response that you said earlier, and you are not assisting us. Honorable Kaka.
You know, I'm always the first to crack the whip on anybody. But this time, I think I understand what is being said here. And it's up to DPSA to tell me if I'm wrong. During the time where the moratorium is active, in order for there to be a deviation for any department on that moratorium, there must be submissions given to request a deviation from the moratorium. The person who holds the green light or the thumbs up on that is the minister. If the minister does not want that to happen, or they themselves are saying, no, go start for the process from scratch, there's nothing NSF can do. That's what I'm understanding to be the problem number one, to say we couldn't do anything because there's a moratorium. But in any case, because we understood that there were also other entities and other departments who were applying to say DPSA, but actually we are unable to move because we need to fill vacancies, we submit a proposal. And the only way that proposal can work is if the minister agrees. That's number one. But, so let's now move to March, to April 2025.
No, let's not get too much. We're still on the moratorium space. And I don't think you are getting it right. The CEO, acting CEO, just indicated that process we did. Because the minister can't write, no. The minister can't write to DPSA. That process they did, and she says there was what do you call it? An instruction to start afresh from the minister. So they can't start afresh when they don't have that DPSA approval. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm glad that you are aware that there is that constant attempt of throwing politicians under the bus, in most cases ministers in this regard. And I'm raising this because of the acting DG in her response. She says that part of the reasons why we're told that we should restart the process apart from the moratorium is because of other posts had delayed, had dragged for more than 2 years. So we cannot be sitting here and arguing that the only reason that led to the delay is because of the instruction of the minister. Rather, what we should be arguing is firstly to check as to when was that post that we are talking about advertised. Secondly, when was the moratorium imposed and also uplifted? So that at the end of the day, we do not deviate from the actual argument of which was that why was this person not appointed or why was the position not filled? That is what I wanted to raise. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And indeed, Chair, I want to make the correction and confuse the withdrawal with the moratorium, because as well articulated, it's not the same thing. And I'm standing up, Honorable Chair, to make a request that can you allow us time to look into this, because there will be submissions and documentation in relation to this post. Instead of us guessing what could have happened, that you give us time and we go back and get those documents and give a thorough report. And in that thorough report, Honorable Chair, we can even attach supporting documents if we are required. Then we'll be accurate in that manner. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
We will grant you. I hope will not be written to by lawyers. It will not be.
No, Chair.
It will not be lawyers from NSF and departments this time. And
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. From my side, the question, the NSF there's too much underspending. What's the cause of the underspending? It's on many of your areas, CFO. What's the challenge? There is a sea of poverty in the country and a sea of need to spend, and when are you are underspending? So, what's going on?
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. So yes, in the past that used to be the case. You'll recall the chairperson was surprised when we said we are spending almost 4.8 billion. So in this financial year, we spent we underspent about maybe for program 2 we spent about 13.2% below. So the first one, the budget was 5 billion. We spent 4.3, and then the program 3, which is PSET, we spent less with 72%, which drops.
I think we all agree. Yeah. We are agreeing that there is underspending. We are not. If even now you said to me in the past, and it's no longer the case now, and you are going on explaining the underspending. I'm asking, why are you underspending? Go to pointers to say, I'm underspending here because of X, Y, Z. Because you started wrongly. I said you are struggling with underspending, huge amount, year after year. And you pretended as if it's something that has happened in the past. That's your start. You said in the past. But I'm saying you are underspending now.
Oh, you wanted to say it's underspending better.
Yeah, maybe just to respond to the direct question, to say, I think the issue is around, but the colleagues from SDI will also support me here. The delay in contracting, there's been a huge problem for us. So the processes that we have are really not assisting us to ensure that we contract quicker and then start with the project earlier. So that is the main root cause, Chairperson.
Yeah, CEO, I mean, you are not running. You want to explain what, okay?
Yes, Honorable Ngubane, if I can add to indicate that the NSF operating model, if you want to get to the root cause of the underspending, if you look at turnaround times on our request for proposal, we've had rural that was issued in 2023. So yes, capacity is one component of it, but the lengthy processes at evaluation, approval, delegations, these all contribute to the delays that the CFO is referring to. It's not just about contracting. There's still the process of evaluating approval before we even get to contracting. But there are other multiple reasons for the underspending. We can give you multiple examples, one of them being infrastructure delays. The infrastructure contracts, they don't run a smooth line. If there's community unrest, the project has to be placed on hold, which means the NSF is not able to disperse any funds for that project until those matters are dispersed. If we do an analysis, we have a number of projects that are doing time extensions. They're not completing on time, which means that these are funds that stay with the NSF and appear as an underspending and in the surplus. So we in this current year that we've reported on, part of the increase was our drive to deal with non-compliant SDPs, consequence management, and hence you see an upsurge. If you're not going to complete on time, what are the implications? So there are various things that we've had to introduce as management to start bringing the balance of contracts finishing on time, contracts getting approved, as well as making sure that learners are certified. Because a large portion, not large, there's a portion that's also paid for closeout. If the trade tests are not taking place as planned, that also delays any last tranche payment to be made for the project to close, because we do not have evidence of a trade test certificate or certificate being issued. So these are then all impacting on the underspending.
Yeah, I think, Chairperson, that's the problem we're having in the government. We explain problems very well rather than explaining solutions. So I think mostly in our institutions, we have that challenge of good at explaining problems, but not good at saying there was this problems and this is the solution. We're trying to fix it to make it not happen or even reduce our underspending. Which means even next year, the underspending will be there. You will be explaining that there is a trade test, there is, all those stories. As a CEO, you need to adapt to the demands of the environment of the organization you are running. If your organization needs to increase the fast pace of managing things, put more solutions to solve issues that are creating problems for you, you do that. But it's a sign that you're not running the institution correctly. Actually, you are failing to run the institution correctly if the spending keeps on going on year after year. I'm talking to this because there is a huge need of resources to be utilized, but when you are busy underspending because of problems. The next one, the ERP systems that you are implementing, how is it expected to improve your financial management and reduce underspending? And what is the ERP? What ERP systems are you implementing? How far it is? How much cost? How much does it cost? Who is the service provider that does the implementation on that?
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. If I can respond to the question around ERP, it is an ERP developed on Microsoft Dynamics, number one. And then the second part, we are developing that ERP with the service provider, TipFocus. TipFocus that is sourced through CETA 1183 services contract. And then the cost of the ERP development, it is at 49 million. I don't have the few rands on the site, but it's 49 million, the round figure. Then, Honorable Ngubane, the ERP, if you will recall, on the 14th of February, when we presented to yourselves as the committee, we said we've got about 10 months to ensure that the rollout is done for the ERP. And that approach that we presented to you was in phases. And the phase one of the ERP has then been, it has been deployed on the 31st of October 2025. With the issues that have been reported around audit and also underspending, Honorable Ngubane, the ERP is coming handy to ensure that we first clean the issues that are around audit, the issues around documentation that is not being found by the AGSA, supporting documents that we need to submit. And then the other thing that has been highlighted around the underspending, we take longer to adjudicate or process the proposal that we are receiving. But with the implementation of the ERP that we have done, we will short circuit that time to at least 3 months to make sure that once we have closed the RFP, within 3 months, we must be able to adjudicate. But if I can just indicate for now, it is a new system which will grow with us as the NSF. And the first portion that we're looking at is to first make sure that we've got a single source of truth in terms of information, because with what the acting EO indicated, colleagues, we had different sources of data. Each province had different sources. We could not really provide an accurate report that we must submit to AGSA. That is what we're trying to curb with this particular implementation that we have. And then once that has been done on phase 2, we will be focusing now on the finance portion of things. CFO mentioned that we've got a commitment schedule that is done manually
with billions, and we are prone to make mistakes around that. So we will be finalizing that in January to ensure that we are able to then, Chairperson, report to say what are the commitments that we have made as the NSF, which province we have funded projects, how many learners, which districts are currently having the NSF projects. That information will then come handy to you when we report to say, this is information that has been looked into. When we look at the question that was asked earlier to say, the 4 billion, where have you spent, which projects were we paying for that 4 billion? From the system, we'll be able to extract that information to say, the 4 billion is paying for this particular project and this and this. Total number of learners is so much. So that is what we are trying to do. And the implementation, honorable members, is in 4 phases. The first phase has been done. The second phase is focusing on finance. The third phase is the one that will then now focus on the SDPs or service providers that must come into the NSF, the new service providers, so that they can improve the spending of the NSF. So in phase 2, if I can just roll back a bit, we are looking at the existing SDPs. We will be training the existing SDPs so that they are able to submit their reports into the system, financial reports, performance information, which will then elevate the issues around the audit of the NSF. Then the third phase is where now Honorable Ngubane will be looking at the service providers that are not yet contracted within the NSF. We issue out an RFP, then we train those SDPs on how to submit their proposal into the system. Once that has been submitted, then we fast track the implementation of evaluation and also contracting those SDPs. But it's going to be a continuous improvement process whereby we are working closer to our SDPs to make sure that they understand how the system works and they do the reporting through that particular system. Then the last one, which is the 4th phase, it will then be looking at overall reporting portion of things. And also, you would also recall that we are currently using the department's...
I think
okay.
you've went on and on. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Msaza.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe before Nopala continues, I think, Chair, it's very important for me to, I think I'm petty as the officials are explaining a lot of things. Chair, while Honorable Ngubale was asking a question about spending and underspending, the CFO was very confident about now spending, that is spending. Now, fundamentally, NSF
no, that's not the follow-up.
It's a follow-up on spending.
No, we are now on ICT. So you missed an opportunity there. You'll ask with your own time. It's coming. Honorable Ngubane, let me give you maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Right. Chair, you remember this institution, initially when we met them before, the challenge was on HR. Everything you see now, the underspending, its contribution, it means the issues that we spoke about previously, they haven't attended to even today. So CEO and your HR, we did spoke about these issues. We dig into them deeply. There were challenges with HR, and all the other output are still showing us that undercapacitation and constraint in delivery of projects, and a lot. These are promises of the good things to come. Each and every time when you guys come here, you promise us heaven. And then when we come and meet, we meet on earth as we are meeting now, not in heaven. So that's a challenge. The previous meeting, HR was at pain, explaining everything, unfilled vacancy, on and on and on. Right now, we're speaking about vacancies that needs a concurrence with the department. Even the vacancies below that are not filled. Why they are not filled?
HR.
Yeah, I think the previous discussion around the The instruction to re-advertise post has severely impacted on our deliverables in terms of HR. We had to re-advertise the post, which we did in April this year. There were 34 posts advertised. We are busy recruiting them now. Most of the senior management posts.
Was that when did we met? If you are filling them now, remind us, when did we met? It was when? January last year?
We met on the 6th of December 2024.
Last year.
And in February 2025.
Yes, early. So it's December now, you are still filling those posts.
Chair, if I can go to Honourable Member, there's a process that needs to be undertaken. So the 34 posts were advertised. Most of them now are at interview sessions levels and shortlisting levels. So when the team receives the information, they still need to sift through the data, they have to shortlist, and the panels need to sit. So we've also had a lot of demands in the NSF in terms of priorities, which has allowed or disallowed panels to have quorum in some instances, which has also delayed our recruitment processes. But for the senior management posts, we are very much underway. We have now shortlisted most of them except 3, which we are planning to do before we close this year, and interviews will take place in the new year.
Does filling post takes 12 months?
It's not been 12 months, Honourable Member. The jobs were advertised in April this year. So the team has been busy with them since May. So, and it's 34 different posts, all have different panels, and have to be scheduled on different dates. So the process is way underway right now, where most of our jobs need to just be interviewed.
I think, Chair, HR, I don't know, maybe it's only me, I'm living in my own world. Probably, maybe I'm from planet A. There were jobs in April, it's December. They haven't filled. Does it make sense to you? April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, 9 months. Why is it taking that long to fill in post? Because this undercapacity, the contribution is all this undercapacity, the constraint of not having people to assist you to do the right things. Why things that are a contributing factor to the dysfunctionality of your institution are the one that you are not fast-tracking? What is happening?
Honourable Member, they are being fast-tracked. I think we must rest assured with that. But they were advertised in April, the closing date in May.
Okay,
and
so maybe there is something I'm not getting. It means then, according to your speed, so it means the previous filling of your vacancies took 2 years or 4 years. Is that what you are saying to me? Now, these ones, because it takes 10 months or 12 months, it's a bit faster. Is that what you are saying to me?
No. I'm saying that we have recruited some of those posts, but the senior management posts are the ones that you were asking about. Those particular posts have been shortlisted now. They were advertised in May. They were shortlisted now, and that we are going to be interviewing them. So the process normally takes about 3 months per post. 3 to 6 months per post. It depends, and a lot of our struggle has also been the availability of the panel members to meet quorum to sit for the recruitment of those jobs. That has been a big challenge for us in HR, because we will be prepared to sit, we have dates booked, and then panels don't curate, or there's last-minute demands that are put on the senior management team that negates them being able to sit on those particular days for recruitment. So we do need to work on prioritizing our panel members' availability, and that is dependent on the panel members themselves. But other than that, we have really pushed to recruit most of these jobs. And if you look at the data that we've given you, a lot of our jobs, of the 34 that were advertised, most of them are already at interview level. Thank you, panel.
It starts from the head. The head has been acting as well. How long have you been acting? A year or 2 as well?
Just over a year.
It's clear. If you are acting, nothing will be filled. All of them, probably they will all come and act, all of them. So there is a challenge, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, let me read from our minutes in February. And I'll go to the NSF responses to the annual report and audit action plan. Ms. Era apologized for submitting the updated presentation the previous day, explaining that additional slides from the legal team had needed to be incorporated. She noted that the NSF had already submitted its responses, which were included in the presentation. In the interest of time, she would focus on key updates. One, she began with human resource HR vacancies, stating that an update had been undertaken on 17 January regarding all vacancies within the NSF. This update has been reported to the Accounting Authority and the Minister of Higher Education and Training. The NSF currently had 37 vacant posts, including the NSF Executive Officer post, which would be managed by the DHEAD Corporate Services, rather than the NSF HR unit. The remaining 36 vacancies, 30 permanent and 6 contract positions, will be processed through the NSF recruitment process. She explained that following ministerial approval, the NSF was required to obtain concurrence from the Department of Public Service and Administration before advertising the posts. The advertisement had been submitted to the minister for approval. Engagement had taken place with DPSA, and the NSF was awaiting DPSA concurrence. She anticipated that advertisement for the posts will commence by the end of February or beginning of March, after which vacancies will be prioritized for filling. Ms. Era then handed over to the NSF CFO to present an audit action plan in line with time allocation. This is true. Now, what is asking? Okay, here you made a commitment that you are, if I read correctly, you are waiting for DPSA to come back to you, and you are advertising at the end of February or March, or you'll commence the process of filling these positions in February or March. And that did not happen because you started in April. Maybe it's because you got, did you advertise in April? Yeah, so it means you did get concurrence, because moratorium was, yeah. So you did not get a concurrence. You don't,
Chair, actually they happened in the same week. We had received the ministerial approval, and then we had received the DPSA moratorium being uplifted. Hence it was advertised in April.
okay. Okay, are you satisfied, Donongwa?
I'm satisfied, Chair, but still the institution should have been faster filling vacancies than that. My challenge is the speed of a year of filling of vacancies. That's my challenge. When everything, underspending, accumulated fund surplus, everything is pointing to an institution that is incapacitated, that doesn't have resources to do its job. Because they have what, one board member that is a chairperson and a board and everything. So
no, don't worry. There's a university that came here and said we advertised once in 2018. We did not get a suitable person. We advertised again in 2023, so they took 5 years. And then in 2023, early they advertised. In November 2024, they were still looking at finalizing the process. They've just finalized it now in 2025. So it's not new. Dr. Christians?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just quickly going to ask NSF a few questions because I think the core of the important questions were asked. So just with regard to your performance and your expenditure, now on your slides we saw that there was a 33% overall achievement versus a 4.5 billion rand spending. So in other words, you only achieved 33% of your APP targets, and especially in program 2, only 10% of the skills development targets were achieved. And I think that's really concerning, because the question is what percentage of funded learners actually then achieved or completed their training? How many received certificates? How many were certified? And in fact, one of your core responsibilities is placing these students in employment. How many of them were actually placed in employment?
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Christians, I just want to go to the slide. In terms of our APP and our annual report under Program 2, we have an indicator 2.1.2. So this is the indicator that speaks to the number of learners who've completed. When the AG audits us, to define the word completed, we are required to give them a certificate as evidence. So we've reported 5,847 beneficiaries that were funded learners for their period of learning. So it's not only for the 1 year of learning, it's for their period of learning, that were then subsequently issued with a certificate. And that is the number that we have in the annual report. As you can see, the deviation is quite high, and I've listed what are the reasons that we had identified in terms of the delays on trade testing and the issuing of certificates.
Thank you very much for that. Now, speaking about your APP, I saw on one of the slides it was really deeply buried there. So it appears as if your APP was not approved for 2024-2025. And so this basically means that you operated without parliamentary oversight, which also means that your targets, your KPIs, your budgets may be legally irregular, because this is obviously a PFMA breach, governance breach. So can you tell us a little bit more about, why wasn't your APP approved for 2024-2025, and who in fact authorized proceeding without the approved planning instrument?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Christian. So the APP for 24-25 was approved and tabled to Parliament. I think if I could remember, the date is the 6th of March was the tabling date. I stand to be corrected. So NSF did not proceed without an approved APP. We complied with the PFMA requirement, including the tabling procedures for Parliament. In fact, when we did appear, we did present the APP to the Portfolio Committee. So that's including the approval of the budget that was in place, etc. Thanks.
Thank you. Then I think you should correct your slides, because on your slides you have said that it was in fact, the APP was in fact not approved. Okay, nevertheless.
Apologies to intervene. Maybe I need to clarify what was being said on the slide. When the AGSA does a proactive review on our planning documents, they identify specific findings that need to be addressed. So what we had identified is we had received the Auditor General's proactive review, but our plans were already in the process of being approved and tabled. So instead of proceeding just as is, we've identified we needed to amend our technical indicator descriptors. I don't know if you want me to give you specific examples, but we also had research. How do we have research indicators when we do not have a research unit? So we were making proposals to amend our APP 24-25, and also recognizing that there was the transition from the MTSF to the MTDP priorities in the same year. Unfortunately, when we had submitted the APP as amended for 24-25, it was not approved, and hence we proceeded with the one that was tabled in March to Parliament.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Now, just with regards to your qualified audit situation. So this is the 4th consecutive qualified audit opinion. And it was mentioned that it was because the AG could not verify with regard to your skills development funding, the accounting properly being accounted for. So when do you think NSF will eventually get an unqualified audit? And what would you say to us are the 3 biggest challenges that is preventing you currently from achieving such an audit?
Hey, through you, Chairperson. Can I come through? Okay, yes. So yeah, we have received a number of qualifications. So our biggest contributor, we've deliberated on this, is a lack of automated or integrated system. So we rely, so there is a non-exchange transaction that is disclosed on the financial statements. It has different layers. So you've got the SDF expenditure, you've got accruals, you've got deferred expenditure, etc., accruals, etc., provisions. So the feeding to the financial statements is basically manual. So what happens is you've got your QFRs that feeds to the commitment schedule, which feeds to the financial workbook. But because it is a manual process, so we capture it manually, each transaction is captured manually. So it has led to the errors. And most importantly, we do, as we've alluded here, the people that are responsible for that, for example, your fund management unit, we do not have a direct, and we have a few vacant deputy director positions. So in other words, because we've got the different provinces that we take care of, so it means they double up the work. The one that we have, which are 5. So that one is prone to errors because now we don't have the extra review or extra eyes to review the commitment schedule to the financial statements. And the person that prepares the financial statements is an assistant director. So there's no deputy director, there's no director who needs to perform first and second level review before they come to me. So in other words, I am performing the second level review, which should be really be at the bottom. So those are the main contributors to the qualification that we have.
Would you say that it's also a result of the fact that you have no automated systems? Would you say that it's also a result of the fact that you have no automated systems in place?
Yes, that's a main driver. But we do have now, as indicated by Mr. Kaza, phase 2 will be solely responsible with finance, which will also include the commitment schedule that I spoke to. Thank you.
Honorable Christians, maybe if I can come in, you asked the question, when are we targeting to move from qualified to clean? Management was very focused on moving towards obtaining an unqualified audit in this year, but we've explained the contextual issues that had impacted us in the year. It was not business as usual in the entity, because not only did we have to fix, we also had to comply with SIU, and we had huge vacancies, etc. So we have targeted that in the 26-27 financial year that we moved to an unqualified audit. We had, in fact, had it for this year, for 24-25, but we did not meet the target, unfortunately. So as management, we've accepted you can't target an unqualified audit. We must target, did I say the right thing? We cannot target for a qualified audit. We must target for clean or unqualified audit. What are the 3 biggest contributors? I think we have been saying them ad nauseum. It has been our ICT environment to make sure we have a single source of truth that has built-in AI and controls to assist us. Capacity has been the other biggest issue linked with our organizational culture. because it has been, we've been required to transform quite a bit. So we lose capacity at the same time that we are moving. And then I just think the ecosystem accountability is the third one, because NSF can develop legal frameworks, performance reporting, but until such time that there are consequences that are recouping of funds, action being demonstrated, we may not be able to fully get there. So those are the three enablers to moving us forward. And we've got good progress that we've made in these three areas, but they still are the key areas until we fully realize them. Thanks.
No, thank you very much for that, because I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I mean, there's 43 audit findings, there's 13 material findings, there's misstatements. So there's a lot of work that needs to go into getting a clean audit. I'm going to move over to NSFAS. I think, Chair, I think NSFAS really remains our biggest issue. It remains unstable, it remains inconsistent, and really it remains our single biggest risk to 2026 academic year. And I think our students are really in trouble if they don't get their house in order. So there's the adverse audit opinion that we've once again seen, and that happens year and year. Over and over again, the AG has said that the financial statements do not present fairly NSFAS's financial position. And that's a very worrying statement. And the core problem, the AG says, is that NSFAS cannot reconcile who they owe and to whom they owe. If you'll allow me, Chair, let me ask the question. So we've seen that NSFAS remains under really adverse and qualified audit outcomes over multiple years. Billions in irregular expenditure, poorly accounted for expenditure. And on 26th of November, even though I wasn't here, I had a by-election, but I really went back on the meeting notes, and NSFAS assured this committee that there would be no glitches or interruptions in tuition or accommodation payments come 2026 academic year. You assured us that this morning again. My question is, how do you reconcile that assurance with an adverse audit opinion? And not only one adverse audit opinion, but an adverse audit opinion year after year. Unresolved material irregularities, unstable leadership. Can you share with the committee some objective readiness indicators? Because I'm really afraid that we might merely be working on another year of promises from NSFAS.
Thank you, Honourable Christians, through the chair. I think your concerns are definitely warranted and are noted by the leadership of NSFAS, right? I said in my presentation that one of our core principles in turning around the institution is that we have to rebuild trust with the sector here, right? And you can go around and you can meet student bodies and you can meet the portfolio committee and you can make as many glossy presentations as you want. Trust is earned, it's not said here, yeah? So we expect to be assessed on our delivery. One of the things we had committed to was to run a clean application cycle, which I think we did. We opened applications on time, we closed applications on time, there were minimal glitches, our system had a lot of uptime, we were responsive to young people's queries, we ensured there was sufficient outreach programs, we ran a campaign through different media sources. So on the first part of the 2026 applications, I think even if we say so ourselves, we did fairly well as it relates to that. We started the institutional capacity to be able to deliver on 2026. We've recruited key staff members in the organization. We DHET has put the war room together to keep us accountable from an operational perspective. internally, we have our structures which are able to report. In our 2026 readiness presentation, I spoke to the full-time deployment of staff members. We've concluded our policy and our planning documents much earlier than the previous years. And we will allow ourselves to be held accountable by the plans and the implementation that we have committed to for 2026 here. With that being said, where the real rubber hits the road is in the registration cycle. And we have committed to institutions, to DHET, to this portfolio committee that we will be present, will be flexible, and will be agile in responding to students and institutions, because even the best laid plans require some degree of agility, they require flexibility. And we'll be there, we'll be present to support students, because we understand the dependency that NSFAS holds in a stable start to the 2026 academic year. Thank you, Chair.
So just a follow-up question. By what date do you think will you be able to submit to us your full funding decision list for 2026, for both universities and TVET colleges? Not provisional, but your final list.
Yeah, so I think our commitment has been that for the first-time entering students, we will have completed all funding decisions communicated to students by the 15th of December, and that for continuing students, university continuing students, we will be able to have them by the end of December, the 31st of December, based on the submissions of results from universities. For TVET learners, I believe we received the results from TVETs for continuing students on the 13th of January, and our commitment for continuing students for TVETs is that we'll have funding decisions by the 20th of January.
Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. Chair, can I probably just start with the CEO? In one of your slides, it might be related to NSF. It might be related to what the honorable member was raising in relation to your APPs. And on your slides, you have said that the APP's addendum were not approved. And for obvious reasons, you wanted to mention targets that you wanted it to be reviewed. Can you just mention one or two of them? I just want to check something with you, CEO.
Okay, thanks, Honorable. The ones that we wanted to amend were mainly in terms of the research indicators, which are your tracer studies, number of tracer studies. We also wanted to review the indicators in terms of PR and comms, and then the number of learners that indicator 2.1.1 and 2.1.3 in terms of bursaries, the technical indicator descriptors specifically. So those was, I'm giving you more than one, but those were the areas that, for example, if we say we need a certificate for international scholarships, it needs to be in English. Or if we have to ask for an ID, it can only be a signed learner contract with an ID. So our TIDs had to be strengthened in those ways. Thanks.
Now, maybe as an area of interest, while you were busy consolidating those APPs, of course, before the actual request to review them, those issues that you have identified as issues that are not really aligned to what you could achieve as the APPs, can I check with you, why did you include aspects like your research when in actual fact is beyond your control? Maybe if one can argue in line with what the AG is saying, why are your APPs not aligned to the SMART principle? Maybe you can respond to those two questions.
Okay, so Honorable Member, that when we planned as an entity, conducting tracer studies are important because we want to know how are the beneficiaries faring, what are the experience, are we changing their lives, etc., and are they getting employment or becoming productive. So what we had planned to do as management was to appoint a research partner through procurement instead of just waiting for the organizational structure to be revised and approved, because that would have taken a lot of time So unfortunately, we had not anticipated the length of time or delays we would experience through the DHET SCM processes.
I think I'll get back to that one for issues of not being aligned to the SMART principle, because I did not hear you specifically dealing with it. In one of your presentation, you have indicated that you conducted a client satisfactory survey. And you spoke of 79%. The chair wanted to understand what were you assessing there? Where did you conduct the survey? How did you get to a point of saying that you have achieved? In fact, the satisfactory report is 79% when that contradicts with your performance report. Can you maybe explain that part as to that survey that you have conducted?
Okay, thank you, Honorable.
Sorry, maybe while we are still there, the third part of it, how was it conducted? Is it a desktop analysis? Was it interviews conducted with beneficiaries one-on-one? Was it a poll placed on a social network? If you can take us into that consideration.
Okay, thanks, Honorable. In terms of the PR and comms client satisfaction, as the NSF, we are quite privy to the fact that beside when we come to Parliament, we do hear and see in the media that stakeholders are concerned about the NSF services. So as part of understanding what are the issues that we need to attend to from a service delivery point of view, the NSF commissioned a client satisfaction survey. We appreciated that from a how point of view, you would not want NSF officials to be asking stakeholders these questions because we are a funding institution, so people may be fearful to respond. So through the SCM processes, we procured a service provider to conduct a survey. Part of their terms of reference was to firstly engage with our skills development providers. This is the term we use when we talk about those that are approved for funding from the NSF. Because we wanted to, for example, understand why are you struggling to submit quarterly performance and financial information on time? Is it because of our systems? Is it because we haven't trained you? Is it because there's no guideline? So we wanted to understand operationally how we improve in that regard. So the survey then was done with only skills development providers so that we could deal with those systemic operational issues. However, I must be honest, you know, Chair, you say we must be honest. I was also just as surprised with the 79%. Because we are privy to the fact that learners are complaining that they're not getting paid their stipend. So we can laugh about it, but we are realistic that on the ground, a learner is not getting paid their stipend on time. A contract is taking time to be processed. We're not getting quarterly financial and performance information on time. Something is not being serviced. So
CEO,
that is the report.
No. Thank you very much, CEO. It's just that you did not touch the part of how did you conduct your assessment or your survey. Because I wanted to have that understanding, because as much as me and you, we agree that is not a true reflection. I think that we must agree that this is not a true reflection, because with all issues that you have raised, it cannot be that you would want to say 79% and yet again we are confronted with all these issues. It's fine that one, CEO. I wanted to check with you in terms of issues of value for money. Who conducted this assessment or survey?
So maybe, Honorable, if I can just come back to how it was done. I thought I responded when I spoke to the procurement of the service provider. I'm not sure if I'm going to answer you correctly, but it was done electronically through a survey, through the SDP. So I'm not sure, but I think that's what you're trying to ask. The name of the service provider, I can't remember the name. I'll have to come back to you in terms of the name and the cost It just slips me at the moment. We sit with a lot of contracts in NSF, so I don't want to say an amount that's incorrect.
No, it's fine. At least you have confirmed what I knew in terms of how the survey was conducted. Maybe we'll get clarity in terms of getting a written report on the service provider and particularly the how part, because sometimes we make an analysis of the country only having subjected our interaction with people of Gauteng province, and you want to assume that that is a general feeling. And I want to further explain or demonstrate that in other areas of this country, there is so 79% that you're enjoying. In fact, the general feeling in the country is that in a way you are a structure that does not deserve to be funded moving forward, especially on how you are conducting your affairs in terms of project management and your finances. But let me go to this other part where I must demonstrate that indeed here we are dealing with a structure or an entity that has capacity to resolve our problems in the country, but they seem not to be having the necessary capacity to discharge such a critical responsibility. CFO, if you can tell me, in the previous financial year, the AG was arguing that you continuously submit AFS that are not in line with the PFMA. Can I check with you? It was said in the previous year, it is being said in the current financial year, and it's one thing that has been reflecting over the years.
Yes.
Can I check with you, who does your AFS?
No, thank you, Honorable Khabo. So, yes, the AG has, for a number of years, raised the issue around the material misstatement. The person or the position that prepares the financial statements, it's in-house, it's done by the Financial Reporting Assistant Director.
All right, CFO. As a quality assurer of those AFS, why do you continuously submit misleading annual financial statements?
We are struggling with capacity. I did mention that. So the assistant director will, on a normal environment, they will prepare.
Let me assist you, CFO.
Yes.
The question is, why do you continuously submit annual financial statements that are not prepared in line with the PFMA, as you have done over the years? And I've made an argument that as a quality assurer, why do you do that? Is it because of you don't understand how to prepare an AFS, or generally you don't have that capacity like you are mentioning it?
Yes. Yeah, the main issue is around the capacity, which I've mentioned, and then the other issue is around the lack of automated system, because we prepare it manually. So I spoke about the commitment schedule, which really fits to the financial statements. And most of the issues are really identified there.
Okay, hold on, I'll just pause your time. Just this, you said it's Assistant Director, what?
Yes, Assistant Director Financial Reporting.
Why would annual financial statements be, what level is that?
With the levels, I'm not really familiar, but
yeah, how far are they from senior management? That's
Middle management, yeah.
So you have the CFO.
Okay, so you have the CFO, then a director, then a deputy director,
Director
then a
Finance, or what is that?
Director Financial Planning and Reporting.
Director Financial Planning, and then that position is vacant.
Yes.
Then, so that's the person who should be. So the question is, why there? Is it supposed to be done by somebody else, but you have put it to this one?
no, it's supposed to be them preparing the financial statements, but then the layers of review are lacking. So deputy director needs to review, then the director review, and then the final will be the CFO.
So you go 4 years with the same problem and you don't change. Why must it still be there? Because clearly there's a problem. For 4 years or more, why must it still remain there? CEO, why have you not reviewed that AG can come and complain about the same thing and we provide the same responses, that we don't have capacity, director is not there. When we ask you why, you'll tell us about moratorium when you know that might not necessarily be the reason. But why is the decision of NSF, why have you kept the compiling of annual financial statements at the level where clearly it is demonstrated over and over again that there's a problem?
But Chairperson, even if that is the case, in terms of the reporting line and powers vested on the Chief Financial Officer,
yeah,
he is the quality assurer.
Yeah.
And my question is, as a quality assurer, irrespective who has prepared this AFS, why do you submit AFS that are not prepared in line with the PFMA as a quality assurer, let alone who prepared them? And that's why part of my question was, are you doing it because of, firstly, you don't know your duties as a CFO? Or secondly, is it the argument that you are presenting of internal capacity? Because when he is now responding on internal capacity, would want him to explain what internal capacity is he referring to? That's my question to him. Why does he, as a quality assurer, as the CFO, will come to the CEO, let alone your subordinate, why do you allow to submit things under your name that you know are not right?
Yeah, so maybe that's why maybe sometimes I try to give context, but obviously answering your question. Remember, the person that we are speaking about is a compiler. The financial statements come from different units. For example, you've got your financial, your FMU, which sits where most of the errors are coming from. So the errors that have been identified by the AG are related to skills development expenditure and related accounts.
So those problems, you never saw them?
I'm explaining. So the issue there is around the manual capturing of information.
You know, CFO, you're explaining one thing over and over again.
That's a fact.
No, that is the explanation that you had presented last year. Let me pause there. How much are you getting paid per annum, CFO?
I think it's probably 1.9 million.
1.9 million per annum?
Yes.
Okay. So we are paying you 1.9 million per annum as a state for you to provide a managerial or to provide or oversee the correct spending of money, and yet you are not doing it, and we are spending 1.9 million on you.
Yeah. So it does not really lie with me on. That's why we
fine.
try to explain everything.
Let
around.
me leave it, CFO.
Can I finish?
No, let me leave it. You are chowing it on my time. It's fine. I'll get a response somewhere. Let's stop it there. Can I go to the Internal Audit Committee? AG also argues that it's not for the first time that the CFO submits misleading AFS. And this AFS, to a large extent, they are being presented before you, and you are giving them a heads up to say that these things are in line as per the presentation. And later, the Auditor General realizes that what was presented before you and what you had endorsed was something that is not in line with the law. My question to you as internal audit, what is it that you have done to the finance department, specifically the CFO, for submitting misleading annual financial statements?
Chair, if I may, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, thank you very much. Honourable Member, yes, it is a very complex matter that has so many angles to this. We have been, as the Audit Committee, been very focused on this improvement of the financial statements over the last year or two, focusing on a number of things, trying to...
Can you please respond to my question? What is it that you have done as part of consequence management to the CFO who has been submitting misleading AFS not only to you, but including to the Auditor General. And this thing is not happening for the first time, this is not for the second year, and you are admitting that you have been trying to work on it. My question is, in line with consequence management, let alone the dynamic, let alone the complexity of the process and of the situation in terms of consequence management as part of your fiduciary duties.
Chair, through you, the consequence management on staff is not the responsibility of the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee is advisory in terms of its functions. So those functions in terms of consequence management relies or lies with senior management.
Let me
It's
tell
not-
you part of your responsibility. If you are thinking that I'm saying to you that you must deal with the CFO or remove him from his position, you have an advisory role to play. And part of those advisory roles, in terms of your internal challenges or internal controls that has proven to be problematic, my question I'm asking, in line with the consequence management, consequence management can be done differently. That does not mean necessarily you must remove a person. Now I'm asking you, what is it in line with your duties and powers of advising? What is it that you have done?
For this specific year as well, we have now requested because we are aware of the issue with the vacancies, and it takes too long to fill these. So we've also recommended that the CFO gets additional capacity for this reviewing of the financial statements for that part of it. Although some of the issues, and I don't want to repeat, originates in projects, etc. So not in the office.
Chairperson, maybe if I can just throw in the last one quick. One who must, if we can get that report where you have given that advice and how the management has implemented that advice that was provided as an audit committee. Because from where I'm sitting, the intention is to avoid unwanted audit outcomes. And if you continuously get the very same audit outcomes, it means to a large extent, you also as an audit committee, you are not doing justice to your work in relation to the powers that you are having. Maybe part of the report, as you are indicating those advices that you have provided, you must also indicate to us how much are we spending per audit committee member. If we can get that report also as part of the work that you have done in terms of providing the advisory committee. Chairperson, you know, there is an allegation here, if I can just put the last one here, Chairperson. There are serious allegations on and around the functionality of NSF. Other issues, I'll submit them in writing. And part of the allegation is that projects are being submitted in line with your request to submit proposals. Internal processes are being conducted. But
Honorable Khabo, let's do this. There was a point there that Honorable Lu wanted to ask on the similar. I thought we are continuing on the similar thing. Now we are on project. I'll give you that last question, but let me allow Honorable Lu to finish this point.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I want to get into the consequence management issue because CFO could have said to us when he was here that to the findings of the AGSA, he will formulate a task team to track progress on the AGSA accounting findings, and also they will report to him weekly as a CFO, who will then update the EXCO with regard to that. Now, I'm basing this mainly because of you could not answer as to failure to have implemented what could have done. Now, where's the task team and where are the reports? Maybe you could assist us to the task team because they are reporting direct to him, reports to EXCO.
Yeah, maybe let me assist him. This was in February this year, and this audit that we are getting was ending on the 31st of March. So that we will judge him from 1 April until next year, March. If that task team was put, it would have, we'll judge him from the audit outcome that will come next year, because it was done a month or so before the thing ended. Yeah, Honorable Khabo, sorry for disturbing your earlier thoughts.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. In fact, largely you have assisted because I could trace what I wanted to raise here. Chairperson, in terms of, let let me go to our targets here and make a point that I wanted to make earlier on in relation to the project implementation. Your program 2 skills development funding gives us a clear indication that you have only achieved 1%. And I think we have all agreed that it means that we are failing on our core responsibility as an entity. I would want to get clarity in terms of, firstly, you have given us on the provincial breakdown on the number of learners that have benefited per province. And in your presentation, you have also indicated not only a number of learners, but you have also aligned it to provinces. But would want to get a proper breakdown. And this is what I'm arguing. The accessibility of this skills program, especially from rural areas' point of view, it has been argued. And through your slides, you have also demonstrated that in terms of learnership programs, in terms of bursaries, there are few programs, few provinces that you are focusing on, and mainly neglecting your Northwest, Free State, your Northern Cape, as per your province. And I would like to get clarity in terms of your provincial breakdown. The last part that I wanted to get clarity on, it's on what informs the delays on your implementation programs. And I would like to get clarity from the HR department, and especially the acting director HR. As much as the CEO will be explaining what informs the delay, because I've said that allegations are that you are conducting all internal processes, the next thing you are taking forever to deal with the approvals. In fact, part of the allegation is that it's not as if NSF does not have projects to be implemented. It's just that your own internal processes are the ones that are delaying. But part of it, we are told that is deliberate. That's why I would want to get clarity as to what informs the delay. But to the acting director of HR, I would like to get clarity from you as to, do you know a company or service provider called Better Skills Training Solutions? And if you, after telling us as to, do you know them?
Let's allow them to answer. Who did you ask the question to?
One, CEO, what informs the delay? Secondly, the HR acting director, does she know Better Skills company? Better, let me read it correctly, Better Skills Training Solutions. If she knows or she does not know, does she have any relationship with the service provider? Those are my questions. I'll then have a follow-up based on what I've said earlier on.
Okay, Chair, can I start? Honorable Khabu, in terms of the provincial breakdown that is presented on the slide, these are projects that were approved either through RFPs. I think earlier, Chair, you had asked where's this funding going to? So in our annual report, we do have a commitment schedule as part of the annexures which list where the funding is allocated. I do not want to read them out because they're quite a long list, close to 189. But mainly they are around TVET, occupational programs, CET, infrastructure, but we also, so there's a public and private provisioning that is presented in the annual report. But in the provincial breakdown, this is based on the data we would have received from skills development providers that were reporting in that quarter with supporting evidence. But it does not present the full provincial representation for all the providers approved because we do have non-compliant SDPs. I think, let me just...
So your answer is that you do cover all provinces?
We do cover all provinces.
Thank you. Next.
Can I deal with the second question, the delay, which is a very important one? Honorable Khabu, you are correct. There are a number of facets in terms of what causes delays. I have already indicated earlier, the NSF operating model is very complex, number one. Number two, couple that with the capacity and the vacancies, it does have an impact where it causes internal delays. We had a serious issue quite recently, Chair and Committee, where we had resignation in Gauteng. And that resulted in a number of the projects not being paid on time, for example, and learner stipends not being processed. So we had to then immediately appoint the relevant acting, and we obtained the support from the accounting authority and the minister. But beside the internal operational capacity and system issues, we also do have SDPs that do not comply. There's an entire ecosystem where we issue a non-compliance letter, we give them a time frame to submit, they do not submit. So that's when the chain of non-compliance kicks in. So there are these two elements that I wanted to present, that the delay is depending on the project on either of those sides. Thanks.
Would have that breakdown, Chairperson, that we had requested in terms of where are they located, because you have given us a provincial number, in fact, number per province, but we want to know where are they located, because every province should be having a municipality.
No, it's fine. I will
Correct.
write to them to give us a table per province to digest what is there on the annual report. HR?
Chair, the answer to the question of better skills, I do know of the company, yes, Chair.
The second question was, do you have any relationship with the service provider? And if so, can you kindly explain your relationship with the service provider?
No, through you, Chair, I do not have a relationship with the service provider at all.
Okay. Is there a follow-up there?
I wanted to, unless you allow me. Look, I'm asking you to, because of allegations are being presented. You know, and when we are sitting in this meeting, you get all of sort of these things that you need clarity on. Allegations are that you are related, you are having some personal relationship with the service provider. I'm saying HR. I'm not sure why there are people asking me when I'm asking you a simple question. HR, there are allegations. That's why I'm asking you, do you have any personal relationship with Better Skills? Because allegations are that you are having a personal relationship in a way, I don't know how to put it, but I'm not sure whether is it boyfriend, girlfriend arrangement or what. But it's an allegation that you stand to, you know, get it rejected or approved. But now my question is, do you have any relationship? Because part of the things that these people are presenting is that when we are dealing with approvals, apparently this is one of the companies that always gets priority. I'm not sure of the entire story. That's why I wanted to get clarity from you. What is your personal relationship? Because this person that I'm engaging with here, she's claiming to submitting some proof in relation to that. That's why I'm asking you, do you have any relationship? Are the allegations true or not? Thank you.
No, I don't have any relationship with the service provider.
So there won't be any proof that proves that you've got a relationship?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, no, thanks, Chairperson. I think I'll submit what I wanted to say in writing so that she can take us through in everything. Thanks, Chair.
Who owns Better Skills? Who owns it?
Chair, I don't know the owner of the company. I know a friend that works for the company. I don't know the owner of the company.
Oh, but the question was, what was your relationship with the service provider? And you said you don't have.
No, not with the service provider. There's somebody that I know that works for the service provider.
Yeah, so the service provider here is Better Skills, not the owner of Better Skills. So you do have a relationship with Better Skills because your friend works at that company.
Maybe it's a definition of relationship, Chair. A friend of mine works for the company, yes.
So you have a relationship with an employee of that company.
Yes.
And that relationship is friendship.
Correct.
Okay. I'm sure Honorable Kabo was asking because he had follow-ups there, but his time is done now. I'm going to give Honorable Sazan. If we have, I'll give him, because now at least we've agreed that you do have a relationship with somebody who works for this company. Honorable Msazan.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe let me start there before I get to other things as well, because I think someone also of interest in the matter would have texted me. So he says, no offense, head of HR. Actually, Honorable Khabo, she is head of HR. She's acting on something else. Maybe she can confirm that first. So the text says, the lady in pink, that's a person, so they're watching on TV. The director of HR, she's acting chief director of projects. Is that correct? So you're acting...
Yes, that's correct.
You are acting director for projects. So all delays in projects, we can attribute it to you because you are the chief director that is acting. How long have you been acting chief director for projects?
Since December last year, 24.
Okay. So then your friend of this particular skills development company or provider, to what degree do you speak about these things? I mean, you are an enabler, if I may say so, of funding. She works for a company. You say there's no relations with you and the company, but you are a friend to her. To what extent do you discuss these things for opinion purposes or whatever the case may be?
We don't discuss her business per se. So she works for a company and she's an administrator for that company.
You don't discuss anything about skills development and funding?
No.
I don't think I need to caution you about lying to Parliament. These allegations, as Honorable Khabo has said, and it's coming from someone else here who says there is evidence that the director HR wrote an application for the skills development provider applying for funding to NSF.
No, Chair, I deny that. I can clarify that what did happen is that my friend used a laptop of mine, an old personal laptop of mine, that had track changes, which has my name on it. But I did not get involved in that particular proposal. She wrote, well, not she wrote it, she edited it for the company.
I do not know, Chair, maybe if you want to come in on that,
Yeah.
so since I have limited time.
So you are saying to us, HR, that this friend of yours who works for a company, and I'm assuming it has a contract with NSF now. Well, it does not have. They had applied.
Yes, I think they had applied for the rural project, but there's no contract.
Or they've applied for a rural project. And then I'll give you now. I just want to establish facts first.
I mean, the director of HR is also giving us information that in actual fact it was a type of project. So she knows about the project, but she says she doesn't discuss anything related to. So if you could just, as you get the facts, Chair, so that we don't mix, I don't want to go back to it, the other issues that I need to deal with, so that they don't contradict, because she's saying something and she's contradicting herself in the process.
No, I don't think she is necessarily contradicting herself because she's saying... So I just want to be at the same page with you. So you are saying you know the company now, or you know the company. You have a friend who works at the company. You don't discuss work-related issues. The company has applied for a project that you are supposed to take a decision on, adjudicate. What are you acting on?
Chair, I'm the acting chief director for skills development implementation.
So
but
what does that do?
The rural, the request for proposal is not something that I preside over. There is an initiation team that does that.
So what is your role?
I oversee projects nationally, and I manage the directors related to those projects.
Okay. So you manage existing or active projects and not the applications.
I'm not involved in that process
Okay.
of applications.
No, she's not involved in approvals. So, and then you guys don't speak about work-related issues. So this change request you're talking about, what is it?
Yeah, it's not a change request. It's a track changes. I'm aware of it through
Track changes, what is
Yes.
that? What is that?
So it's a Word document that somebody then went in and edited it. So on Word, you can track changes. So it shows that somebody went in and tracked changes or made amendments to a document. It's making amendments to a document. In Word.
How is that related? So it's your personal laptop. So
Correct.
they edited your CV.
Sorry?
She edited your CV.
So she used my laptop to
Yeah.
edit their proposal, the proposal that she got from her boss. That's what happened.
And then this was before, after they had submitted.
Before. It was way before.
So why would she use your laptop to? Because then the allegation that you did the proposal. And, no, it comes from there. It's on your laptop.
The proposal is not on my laptop currently. She used a memory stick and she used my laptop to do the editing. That was it.
Yeah, that's your weight.
That's my.
Yeah, that's your weight. So somebody else's word is different. Now, I'm saying somebody else is saying you did this thing and you gave it to your friend. So you did a proposal for your friend to give to a boss, for a boss to apply where you work. So that's the allegation. And you are saying, she only interacted with my laptop. So you gave her access to your laptop. So you agreed that she must use your laptop.
Yes, it's my personal laptop, not my work laptop, but my personal laptop had DHET software on it.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Ngubane.
No, Chair, I think Honorable Khabo and Honorable Sezane, their allegation becomes true then. Yeah. It's an explanation that now tries to go via some far, which means it verifies that even forensics, when they see a document, me presenting a document that has track changes of Tebo Kholeti, let's see. I'm from KZN, Chair, apology. Yeah. So if you see track changes that are written in my laptop, written your name, it verifies, forensics do that.
Yeah.
It verifies that you were working on my laptop with your project, which means I had the relationship with you. We share equipment, information, and the evidence points to that. So they are right. It's explanation that is winded and goes all over the show.
Acting CEO, are you aware of this one?
Chair, I became aware of the internal audit report. I was not aware of the name until now. But in the audit committee, the internal audit presented their report to the committee, and then the committee then provided a recommendation. So
Okay,
this is on the roll.
We'll come back. Internal audit, when did you become aware?
As we can just ask the CAE. She reported to us in the audit committee in the
Okay.
last audit committee meeting. That was a week ago.
A week.
Yeah, a week ago. So maybe Cindy can just give the.
This rural thing is not the one that closed in January 2024.
Same one.
So the whole of 2024, the whole of 2020, because she says it was done before the submission. So it was done before January 2024. So internal audit that has access to this system did not pick it up all along. When did internal audit or CAE, yeah, when did you pick this thing up?
Thank you, Chair. We have been looking into the rural RFP from about May, June this year, in terms of looking at the admin compliance evaluation processes. We then later became aware of an allegation that was raised with the Director General regarding interference to a proposal, and the Audit Committee then in September provided the go-ahead to expand the review based on that allegation. And it was then found that the issue about the track changes to a specific proposal, that's been indicated, and that was then reported through to the Audit Committee in November.
So this software, you got it on a DHET software?
So it is the initial proposal that was submitted through email. So NSF submits proposals via email. And if you open that proposal, it is a Word document. And the Word document has a number of track changes included, Chair.
Okay.
So the track changes is visible with the name indicated.
Okay, so you are saying this better what? Emailed a proposal?
Yes, Chair. It's part of
To
the
NSF.
rural RFP processes.
To NSF?
Yes.
And then after emailing, the proposal was edited.
No, so Chair, from the date of the track changes and the date the proposal was signed off and emailed, you can see that the edits were done before the submission to NSF.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, CFO, acting CEO, you are saying what? How far are we now with this story?
Speak to it.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes, as the CAE indicated, we identified some risks with the rural RFP in terms of initial documentation. So we requested in September the extension of the scope to make it broader on the whole rural RFP so that we can get better assurance. And then it took place after September, and the first meeting after that was now in November. We received the report from internal audit, and then the audit committee made the recommendation to the CEO that this be reported and investigated via DHET's labour relations. It's not internal. And I think the documentation is prepared or being prepared. She can just update on the status.
Okay, Chair, so Ms. Smith, the internal audit is preparing the documentation so that it can be referred to DHET, so it has not left my office yet. I have not received it yet.
Yeah, the problem I have here is that the acting or the HR manager or manager is a senior, very senior official in there. Not only with that position, but she's also acting skills something. Skills what? Implementation.
It's
No,
Chief Director, Skills
yeah.
Development Implementation.
Yeah, so that's a very senior position. And I understand why internal audit would have said, take it to DHEAD, because As an HR manager, I'm assuming that including consequence management divisions falls under her purview. Now, those are serious, and I'm not saying you are guilty, but it does not make sense that you would want to give your friend a laptop to edit something that they are going to apply at your work. And in fact, you did not disclose that because that thing happened. I know that one closed in January 2024. I've always complained to you, CEO, that how do you close something in 2024 and probably implement in 2027? Doesn't make sense. Right? The people who have applied at that time, those skills might not be relevant in after 3 years, so it doesn't make sense. And they've only picked up now in between September and November, some 1 year, 9 months, 21 to almost 24 months later, that there was this thing, which gives me a serious problem. That this better what might not be the only one. There might be others who are done on other people's laptops. Maybe those ones who don't have this D-head system. It might very well be that you have other people in the entity helping providers. I'm going to give you what, CEO?
Chair, I wanted to indicate that internal audit, and as they reported to audit committee, this is not the only finding.
Okay.
There are a number of other significant findings which the audit committee has now instructed and advised need to be implemented.
Okay. Honorable Ngubane.
No, Chair, I think I was going to go to the basics, the ABC, the lame understanding of what happened. According to what happened, the HR manager did a project, updated the document according to the forensic on the laptop, and submitted it. But now she's explaining that it wasn't her, it was a friend using the laptop. So the question would be, after they found out that, what did they do? Because now there is a senior professional that is implicated and you need to investigate. What do? You keep them in the house, you carry on, audit, do their stuff, like life goes on. So that I'm inside, I can even erase the evidence and I can go and have lunch with this acting CEO and say, hey, it's pending, yeah, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna solve this thing? Do you keep this person inside now because you found out these pointers? On the first glance, what do you do?
Yeah, I think, what is the position? AOE, what is that? I'm giving you now. What is your internal audit? But the CAE, yeah, said she's preparing a document to give to the CEO for implementation, but on specific consequence management, they are recommending that it is handled by the department and not the NSF. My worry with your question about what happens now is that we're very litigious, general. Now, if we allow them to answer and they say, part of what we are going to recommend is a suspension, she'll go and take you to court that, in fact, we have long taken this decision without. So maybe let's protect them from responding to that particular question. They will give us in writing when you are done, what is it that you are doing and the reasons as to why. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, I actually wanted to propose that we must get a detailed report, not only of this one, because apparently there's a moria of of projects that were processed in the very same manner. And the CEO has just confirmed it. And that's why earlier on I was much more interested on the internal audit committee, because I know a lot on some of the things from your committee. But be it as it may, Chairperson, one thing that is important, we must not forget what the director said. The director said that he does not know the person, does not have any relationship, and to a large extent, the director is misleading us. And I've got proof to that the director is misleading us. And I've deliberately asked her if she's sure of her statement, and she maintained the statement. So I thought of importance, Chairman, as much as we're waiting for the report, we must kindly note that the director deliberately misled us. Thank you very much.
Honorable Law. Oh, Honorable Cesar, let me unpause your time.
No, thanks. Thanks, Chair and colleagues. Also told us that in actual fact what project it was before indicated that she speaks nothing of business with those people there. So if you could just note that as I move. I was very interested. I saw something on your slides, CFO. Maybe you can start, then acting CEO, that you pay bonuses and performance bonuses. I'm very interested. What do you pay them for? Performance bonuses, and how much do you spend on those bonuses?
Okay, no, thank you so much, Honorable Cesar. Yeah, maybe before I answer you, can I correct something? Mr.
Yeah, maybe not on my time. Chair had indicated. No. I have limited time. Just respond to my question, please.
Okay. The bonuses, I'm not sure, because I'm looking at the annual report. I do see some have received the bonuses, but maybe the EO can speak to that. But on the larger scale, we don't pay bonuses as NSF.
On your report, I do not know whether I must point you to which slide it is where it's indicated that you pay bonuses and performance-related bonuses or payments.
Yeah,
so you cannot be sure as a CFO.
It could be the bonus that are related to birthday bonuses. But like I said, I will not have more information on
CFO, I'm equally as concerned as Honorable Khawa about you and the money that you are paid and the service in which you are providing to this entity. You cannot be sure. You are the one who oversees these things. It's clear, it's stated performance-related payments. Performance as a bonus. Then you can speak about birthdays if you want to. But I think as you become sure, I'll move on that point. The proclamation of the SIU, acting CEO, how far is it?
Okay, Honorable Msazana, the proclamation, we started working with the SIU in, they contacted us at the end of April to initiate a discussion. Maybe if I can just shorten my response to say we've had numerous engagements, we've approved the budget for SIU, and as of Monday, I received the first status report, first progress report from the SIU with the invoices. So to date, we have not processed any invoices, nor had we received the progress report until Monday. In the report, they indicate that they have made progress on specific projects. I think for the purpose of the session, I may not be able to go into that. SIU is better placed to do so. So they're at the stage of potentially recouping at least on one or two of the SDPs. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair, I think, Chair, it's going to be very necessary for us as the committee to resolve on when, as you pay attention, Chairperson, I think it's going to be necessary for us as the portfolio committee to resolve when are we going to call this entity again, where we're going to have people that are going to be accounting. It can't be that the accounting authority being the DG, again, we have another issue that should be attributed to the accounting authority of this entity. The minister is not here. No one is going to be accounting for these people that are sitting before us. Unfortunately, we would be putting TTG Fushani under the bus because she can't account for these things. But I think I'm going to ask her a question anyway because I think on her capacity she would have been equipped to respond. On irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditures, if you could just shed some light here. There is, let me start by fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Well, it is indicated how much has been identified in this financial year being 11,155,000. And when there's a breakdown, there is somewhere where it says, okay, for the remaining 5 years, the determination tests have been completed, 2 are in process of implementation of recommendation, and while the other 2 are awaiting the accounting authority's approval for removal from the register. And 1 case is awaiting condemnation from the accounting authority, which will result in reduction of regular expenditure by, I think this would be close to 2 billion. If you could just, because this is too much English for my understanding, but I do understand what it means. If you could just shed some light there, what it means.
Noted, and through you, Honorable Chair, I'm going to be honest and say I'm not aware of this in terms of the details, and I will not be in a position to respond. If I can ask maybe the acting CEO to assist me in this regard.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, this is mainly legacy expenditure except for the 11 million. Maybe if I can get clarity, do you want me to focus on the 11 million as the new fruitless and wasteful expenditure on each of the items?
Acting CEO, you see, my interest, maybe to be precise, because clearly I won't get to the other issues, even to NSFAS. What is happening here, if you, this condemnation of that is awaited from the accounting authority, what does it mean? And the removal from the register of 2 other recommendations as it relates to wasteful and irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure, what does it mean? And finally, who has been held to account for this? There's an accounting authority, there's the CFO, there's a person that is responsible for projects or acting there. Who has been held to account for these monies here? Thank you.
So, Honorable Member, in terms of accountability, the slides that are presented under consequence management, maybe just to use an example, my colleague referred to 1.3 billion, which makes up the 1.7 billion as an example. This is related to the slide, I just want to go to it, because for every irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have to follow the framework in terms of clearing the irregular and fruitless and wasteful register. Once, so we get a determination test done, which is done by a service provider. There'll be an indication, it's their specialized service, not a skills development provider. So there will be an indication of who are the officials, what was their role in the particular finding of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and they will make recommendations in terms of whether there should be consequence management and if there's any fraud that was detected amongst everything else, because the determination tests are quite extensive. So the slides that are dealing with consequence management, like NSFAS 1 is on slide number, the one where it says National Student Financial Aid Scheme. This is particularly referring to the 1.3 billion rand irregular expenditure. So this is identified, the 2 officials were identified as part of the report. In fact, there are 3, but there are still 2 officials in the system and 1 official that has subsequently left the NSF. So from a consequence management point of view, we go through the labor relations process. So I just wanted to bring those 2 together in terms of how we've put the slides together. But I can hand over to the CFO for more detail, but I've tried to summarize how the clearing of the register takes place. In fact, we still have to write to National Treasury, so it's not just the accounting authority. CFO, through you.
Ms. R. So, at the time when we prepared the slides, those 2 irregular expenditures were still, the 2 were waiting the removal, but it has been subsequently removed. So the process that is followed, honorable member, is that once you identify the irregular expenditure, you do an assessment. After an assessment, Ms. Era Speaker spoke about the determination test. And then after the determination test, then that's where now you determine whether labor relations, recovery, or disciplinary will then take place. But then one of the processes is to apply to National Treasury. It's the first step. You apply to National Treasury to say, can I condone this? If the National Treasury says, no, you can't because of 1, 2, 3, we then write to the next authority, which is then the accounting authority in this instance. Then the accounting authority will apply their amount because we'll address all the issues that the National Treasury will have identified. And then we will then apply for removal, and then they remove the irregular expenditure. Then the other element will then be internal auditors and the Auditor General to check whether the removal was in place. So we've done few in the past. Then the condonation, because there's one of the look of the NSFAS, which Ms. Era spoke about. What happened there was it was about the budget. The actual was above the budget. So that one follows the different process, which goes directly to the accounting authority for condonation. So in this instance as well, the accounting authority has condoned it. So this one will follow another process where internal auditors and the AG will check whether all the relevant steps were taken to remove and condone these irregular expenditures. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe I won't come back. Maybe just to re-emphasize my input that maybe we should, when we check our calendar for the first quarter, see when we can put in this entity with the department officials, especially noting, Chair, the fact that, as I had indicated, and you had indicated yourself, that there's no DM, there's no minister, there's no accounting authority. But also, Chair, to caution the officials in and around this thing of playing with English as if we do not understand certain things, which we do. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure can't change that it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, no matter how you explain it to make it as if you can qualify it or not. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been flagged as fruitless or wasteful expenditure. So my questions was clear to get a clear understanding of what it means when you're saying it's removal, which I think on irregular expenditure, it can only make sense, the one you're referring to about NSFAS. But still, I still am concerned with the fact that there is no consequence management. At least from where I'm seated, I'm not satisfied with what you are explaining, especially when you are saying certain people will either leave the institution. At times, maybe you might recoup the funds, which we do not have records of, and all these other things that you are explaining. It cannot be, satisfactory to myself, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Member Suzanne. Just to give you more detail in the second part of your question, as at 11 November, the update, there were 2 individuals that were found to be implied in this, and the consequence management has already commenced. There's one in the NSF still. They're in the process of, we have to follow, of course, the process. So the issue of the notice of intention to press charges. So that has been issued. And then the other official is in Deerhead. The DG, the accounting authority, has already authorized there to initiate consequence management in the deed. So the accounting authority is aware, Honourable Chair, so it is taking place. And we're also monitoring that from the audit committee side.
Which DG? Honorable Kaka?
The accounting authority.
Oh, okay. Honorable Kaka?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is just to, I think Honorable Khaba started it. It has to do with the financial statements of the NSF. Let's start here. NSF, the AG says, and I want to read everything so that you don't have a way out of saying I'm the one who's saying wrong things here. The AG says to you that they are unable to obtain sufficient, appropriate audit evidence that skills development funding for the current and previous years have been properly accounted for. And they say this is due to, one, the status of your accounting records, right? In addition to that, they say they are unable to confirm that skills development funding, they're unable to confirm whether skills development was funded through alternative means, right? And they say that consequently, they are unable to justify or determine whether your adjustment of the expenditure from 1.9 to 4.5 makes sense, and if that those financial statements were necessary. What did you say to the AG when the AG said that? Can you go with the CFO?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. So earlier I did highlight the issue around our not having an automated system. So what the AG has raised here, it emanates from there. So everything is manually captured, and then it needs to go through the process until the finalization of the financial statement, which is captured also manual. We did explain to the AG our predicament in terms of the process. Obviously, we did even, there were differences. We requested the AG that can we make the adjustment to make the correction, but unfortunately they did not allow us to
okay. Two things. One, if you capture things manually and you transfer, so if you're capturing as manual, but you transfer the final product into what is digestible for the AG, you shouldn't have a problem, should you?
Yes, they are different. Remember, we've got different projects in each province. So each fund manager is responsible for those projects. So due to time constraint, there might be other factors as well. Then the transferring of the information might not be correct, or it might be just due to human
But CFO,
yes.
So again, number one, by the time you submit to the Auditor General, you would have received from your service providers information. And when you receive that information and you automatically detect that there is non-compliance here, what do?
So in certain instances, we inform them. Remember, there are just different layers, as I've alluded. So there's a project manager level where that deals.
No. Let's not do that. Be clear. In cases where you get, agree, all of them you're supposed to receive data and information from them, and all of them you process it the same way. Agree? And then you use that information to compile your notes. So when you get to a point where you receive from your service providers that this information does not make sense, what do? Not in certain instances, because I would assume that you're supposed to apply the same blanket rule across board. So you inform them that there's a problem, and then they don't fix the problem, and then what?
So where we start as the fund managers, that's where we tell the project managers to speak to the SDPs, who then I'm not sure what is the process that they have there. But from the fund management side, we speak to the fund managers, to the project managers, apologies, and then the process continues. If fund managers, I think there's ongoing conversation among the two when there are errors. But eventually, to us, when it comes to us with the like I've indicated around the vacancies, to a certain extent, there are no, for example, second level reviews, third level reviews.
So hear me, the reason I'm asking you this is because it comes down to this level. It makes absolutely no sense for you to be doing business with people that you know very well. When you go back and ask for data from them, you will never receive it. Why do you continue doing businesses with people that don't give you data?
In certain, okay, non-compliance, but advocate.
My time is being wasted.
Can you please proceed, officials? Whomsoever is responsible.
Okay, thank you, honorable members.
Can you switch on your mic, Mme?
It's on.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, honorable members. What we have done to address the issue that you have just raised, we have developed a restriction policy wherein we do not continue to provide funding to the SDPs who have defaulted in the past.
So the ones that are in the audit outcomes now that for the year under review are all new people.
Yes.
Sure. That there's nobody on the list.
There is no SDP who has defaulted in the past who was given further funding. That has been
So
confirmed.
all of the new people, all of these defaults that the Auditor General is referring to are all new entrants in the system.
Yes.
AG, you're hidden. I'm sorry. Hi. Auditor General.
No, thank you, Chair. The auditor who was dealing with this audit is not here, so we are only dealing with audit of NSFAS.
So who's here can talk to me about on behalf of the AG for NSF?
For NSF?
No one.
No one.
Chairperson Lidzie. So none of so the AG reps that were responsible for NSF are not here. The AG reps that were responsible for the NSF are not here. So I can't corroborate any of the things that these people are saying without NSF. Without the AG NSF, which is a problem, because that's not how we run our system.
Kabelo.
Chair, apologies, Chair. We actually organized the presentation as we requested. I think the omission was to further ask the auditors for NSF, because we're only aware of the letter that stated for NSFAS. So that's what we organized.
Yeah. What we will do, I think it was Honorable Msazana who said we must look for a space to enter. Well, but this is part and parcel of what we will also fix. I did ask the AG to prepare a presentation for us on NSF, which was sent to us. So, but it's fine. I think maybe we did not communicate clearly with them, but we'll fix it.
Okay, we should fix that, please, yeah, because in cases like this, it's awkward to get to the bottom line of what's happening. But also, for as long as I have been in this committee, I've never heard you ever having a system that affords you the digital connection that you need. What's the holdback? Because it's been years, and every time the AG raises the same thing, you come back, you say, you will fix it, you are in the process. Where are you now?
Through you, Chair. Honorable Khakao, we presented on the 14th of February that the NSF is currently using manual operations. And we are putting 10 months deadline for the NSF to have that particular system. We are happy at this point to indicate that these issues that have been picked by AG, with the system that we have launched or went live on the 31st of October 2025, it will eliminate these challenges. Back then, Chair, the NSF did try to have a system, but there were systematic glitches, and unfortunately, that system did not work.
Okay.
Hence, they...
Can I pause you? Yes, we already have that context, sir.
Okay.
So thank you for the indulgence. So the issue here, your system internally will afford you to do the digital work, but will it force your service providers to submit digitally?
Through you, Chair, yes, Honorable Member. The learners would be able to access the system. The service providers would also be able to submit the reports. And we are forcing the service providers to submit the relevant reports, be it financial or its performance. For those providers that are not submitting, there's no further payment that goes through.
I hear you. Here's the problem, and we've engaged this before. It's all good to say in the future you're going to, but in the meantime, you've bled millions of South African rents that you can't account for. So how are you recovering those? Where are you in the recovery of funds that have already been paid for but unaccounted for?
All right, I think I'm also going to look at Advocate Honorable Kahau to respond in terms of the recoupment of the funds. But I think the question you're raising is much broader than just those where we have evidence of misappropriation. The two reports that are dealing with the accountability is the SIU investigation as well as the implementation of the forensic, because those two investigations are dealing particularly with the years where there has been a disclaimer and the NSF has not been able to account. So the only way to deal with that right now is to comply with those investigations. But I'm going to allow Advocate also to comment about the recoupment processes that we have with the State Attorney, because we have not only waited.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So what we have done, all the matters that were non-compliant, we have handed over those matters to the State Attorney for them to assist us to recoup the money. However, there is no progress to date. So what we have done to mitigate that, we have communicated with the DG and the Minister to approve that NSF should have a panel of attorneys. That has been approved. Our D-Head Supply Chain Management is busy assisting us with the advertisement of the tender so that we can have a panel of attorneys and they will be able to recoup those funds quickly. Thank you.
Okay. For me, it's alarming that it has taken so long for all of that to happen. Because for me, you are running a Mickey Mouse clubhouse, for a lack of a better expression, where the services that you are imparting, you can't account for them. You don't know how many people you are funding. You don't know who the service providers, even if they're legitimate altogether. You can't justify what it is that you are paying for. That in itself is an indication of a very serious crisis of mandate altogether. And so beyond the recuperation and you not doing service moving forward with other people, the bottom line remains that there is no ahead of time assurance that you got from the service providers that gives you satisfaction that come audit time, you will be able to get the statistics that you want. That for me is a very serious problem. And even though you are saying you're cushioning yourself to say moving forward you'll have a digital system, but you've been manual, the bottom line is you have been comfortably operating with a manual system that you can't verify. So it's not just the case of a digital system being a problem. Even the manual presentation itself, you could not make sense of. And that to me shows an error in the capacity of the finance team in its entirety. That's a problem. Let's now deal quickly with, on your annual statements, you've given a list of all your service providers and their statuses, right? There are 5 contracts listed, 1 from Western Cape, Northern Cape, 3 from Gauteng, 1 from Limpopo and Mpumalanga, whose statuses are currently listed as legal. So others are active, closed. What does legal mean?
Thank you, Honorable Member. It means that the matter has been handed over to legal, and as a result of that, we have handed over the matter to the state attorney to assist us to recoup the money. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. Check when that meeting happens in 2026. I think we'll have more time and ability to engage a whole lot of these things, because quite a lot of what I would have wanted to say does not afford space for the time given today. Thank you.
What was your answer to Honorable Khakhawa about the recouping of funds? What was the final answer?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I indicated that. Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I indicated that we were compelled to utilize the services of the state attorney. There was no progress at all in terms of all the matters that we have handed over to the state attorney. As a result of that, some of the matters have prescribed at the hands of the state attorney. So I prepared a submission for the Director General and the Minister to approve that NSF should have a panel of attorneys so that we can expedite the process of recouping the money. The request was approved by the current minister. D-Head Supply Chain Management is currently assisting us with the advertisement of the tender so that we have a panel of attorney to assist us to recoup the money. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So on the 12th of February, you guys said to us, NSF had processes in place to recover funds from non-compliant SDPs, including legal action and engagement with the state attorney. So what was this processes in place?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That is referring to the process that I've outlined. Normally, when there is a non-compliance, we interact with all the skills development providers, encouraging them to pay back the money. If that fails, we hand over the matter to the state attorney to assist us. So that is the process that the team was referring to. And we have indicated that that process didn't yield any results. Hence, we continue to mitigate it by requesting the accounting authority to approve a panel of attorney. Thank you, Chair.
So in February, when you said this process is in place that includes legal action and engagement with state attorney, it would have been an overstatement. You overstated this process in place that you're talking about.
Can I request Acting CEO to assist with that? Thank you.
Acting CEO, so you guys said you knew you had to work with state attorney, you knew. And this is recouping money, it includes legal action and engagement with the state attorney. This is what you said. And I'm saying, are we willing to accept that in retrospect that maybe this was an overstatement, we overstated in the committee that we've got processes in place to recover funds?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. At the time, we were reporting based on what are the processes that we are required to comply with. And that, at the time, included us having written to the state attorney. We had given them a very detailed report, putting them on terms, because they are required to provide these services. So it was not just between advocate and the state attorney.
So my
it was
point was in
escalated all the way
retrospect.
to minister.
So when you look back,
yes,
that's the question I'm asking. Would you then say, maybe at the time it looked okay, there's nothing
Yes.
wrong when there's something like that. So in retrospect, you agree that this might have been an overstatement, because, and this is what I always tell you guys, that don't put a target where you don't have control over. I always tell you that thing all the time. So here, it was an overstatement because it relies on somebody else outside of your own control. And that's why, you know, Honorable Governor.
Chair,
Honorable, yes.
can I comment?
On what?
The state attorney matter, because when we came to portfolio committee, we had written to state attorney asking for details and dates. When we had received the report, we had presented on the basis of what had been shared with us from state attorney, and hence we had presented it as comfortably as we did then. But now in retrospect, it is something that required us to have another approach. So we acknowledge that, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Lou, we must go now. The House is starting.
Yes, Chair, thanks. I think, Chair, cardinal to issues that are raised, I think it's only fair to start with NSFAS to say there were persistent challenges that were identified of leadership instability, adverse audit outcomes, material misstatements, and debt recovery challenges, including decreased student funding and the inadequate performance tracking, including operational constraints. I'd want to acting CEO in summary to tell us, in all of these issues that I've raised through the previous financial year, what is it that is going to, or what is the progress with regard to the entity, with regard to all of these things, and what are the mechanisms in place to respond to these things, so they can give a brief prior to the state of readiness? I'm doing this because we would have had him last week on the last committee, but I think it's only fair if he sum up on the financial year of 2022-23 so that he assured us onto the issues identified and mechanisms in place. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Law. So in the presentation, I would have alluded to three things that are affecting both NSFAS's ability to run its operations effectively as well as manage its finances appropriately. Number one is the fact that we get our decisions around which student to fund incorrect. And in acknowledging that I am the incumbent, but as a collective, we are responsible for the 2026 academic year. We have taken substantial steps to increase the level of controls and due diligence that we do around student applications, and to make sure that we are funding the right student here. And if you do that appropriately, with the level of support from different entities, being Home Affairs, SASSA, Revenue Service, National Treasury, once you've confirmed through a number of sources that you are funding the right student, from there your downstream flow should be simple. From there you are just paying the institution and you are paying the student. Yeah? So that's the one thing we've done. But we don't abdicate our responsibility in saying that students that were funded incorrectly in the past must be accounted for. We must go and recover those funds. We must work with the relevant stakeholders, including the SIU, to recover funds. Even though we're not there, we have a responsibility as accounting officers to go and recover what would have been lost. The second challenge we have is that we allowed the loan system to become dysfunctional in nature. Now, in that regard, we are putting together a number of steps to fix how we deal with loans here. One is building the capacity of the team around the loan function. Two is having a viable loan system that can manage the loan book on a day-to-day basis. Three is ensuring that we drive collectability of loans that are collectible. This is not chasing poor South Africans, but people who have become employed, who've been able to build up capital and assets, must repay NSFAS for the loans that they took pre-2017. Also, loans is going to be more part of the policy mix. We can't manage the missing middle loan fund if we don't have functional capacity and system around loans. Three is that we have to have the operational capability to complete the historical closeout project, for which we've given dates to be able to do so, but equally implement a methodology that enables what happened with closeout not to happen again. That by the time we close the financial year 2025, we've also closed the academic year 2025. We're not sitting in 2027 still trying to close 2025 here. And that if institutions don't comply, we use punitive measures to deal with the fact that they're not complying with the regular submissions. So in my view, those are the three major issues affecting NSFAS and the steps that need to be taken and monitored for us to fix both its operational capability as well as its financial reporting.
Thank you very much. Acting CEO, thank you very much for that, so that we are able to hold you accountable for that next year, as in when we get to 2026. Acting CEO, NSF, I've came across to say that your tracer study, for 2 consecutive years, you were not able to appoint a service provider. And what becomes implication is that there's money that has been utilized, but yet you are not able to see whether the learners or students have transited either employed or either in programs of placement, and yet you are spending more money. What are the mitigating mechanisms you have put in place while you're seeking to get a service provider? And at the same time, what is the delay for you not to get a relevant service provider to this particular way? Because it is part of your KPIs. If you can't trace what you have given money to, then it means we are going to have fruitless expenditure. We'll not be able to account for the money. For now, there's no service provider. What is in place to respond to this particular tracer study? And is there proof that you can give to us, that you can say, in the meanwhile, we are looking for a service provider, we've been doing this to align and transit. I agree they must reconcile. When you give out money, they must reconcile. And what is your tracing strategy? Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable. In terms of the tracer studies, yes, you are correct to say that for the past 2 reporting periods, we have not met this target. Let me start with the mitigation, because it's vital for NSF to trace, to engage with its beneficiaries. Did they get the right qualification? Are they being paid the right stipend on time? All of those matters. So from a mitigation point of view, what we have done internally, beside the procurement of a service provider, which has its delays, and I'll come to that, we have taken the methodologies that other SETAs have used for tracer studies, including the National Skills Authority, because they are standing survey instruments. We've done a benchmark, and at the end of March, we had then done a small-scale survey to test, and that survey was to trace and engage with beneficiaries. Yes, it's not at the scale that we need, but it's also about building our own internal capacity. The second is that we've approached the WNR SETA and other SETAs to engage on us partnering on research chairs. Because within the PSET sector, there are different stakeholders that are doing research. So if Indlela is doing research, why should NSF duplicate that? So we've identified partners where the NSF can rather engage and share services on research immediately instead of having to create its own research capability. And in fact, it's helped us so that when we do deploy a research unit, we don't duplicate research across the system. Why are there delays? We currently do not have a dedicated SCM unit within the NSF. It is one of our shared services areas with the department. I think Mr. Kearns has left, but he's aware that we have 2 burning matters with the DHET on the SCM procurement. Once we appoint the Director SCM for NSF, we will be moving away from the department process. Thanks.
So you are delayed because you don't have a unit, and the department is assisting you. So yet you cannot appoint while the department is assisting you. Are you saying that?
We cannot appoint because it has to go through the DHET bid adjudication committees for tenders. For quotations, we manage that internally. We have a small team that can deal with quotations, but tenders, we don't have capacity.
So are you saying DHET is the one that has been delaying for the appointment, or what are the reasons? What are their reasons not to appoint?
I cannot answer.
Acting DG, why are you not appointing the tracer study that is quite a key PI indicator that is aligned to the budgeting?
Through you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Low, I'm aware that, and firstly allow me to answer generally, that there have been delays with some of our supply chain management processes. And in one of the meetings, the CFO, who's currently not here, had reported unavailability of bid committee evaluation and bid, all these bid committees. members not being available. They have recently reappointed new members to serve on those committees. And to be specific on this one, I will check with the CFO and then we can provide a direct response in relation to this. The first part of the answer was a general one, which could affect this one as well. And CFO was here. Unfortunately, I see he has stepped out, but I will check with him and revert back. Thank you.
So the department is struggling to appoint its internal committees to deal with issues of procurement and to deal with issues of service delivery. Is the department saying that to us?
No, Honorable Low, that is not what I indicated. There were people who were appointed. The issue was their non-availability to sit for those committee meetings. And because of that, then one of the key recommendations that was made was that additional or new members should be appointed into those committees. But the appointment of the members is not a challenge. The appointment of the members was done. It's for those committee members to actually convene to deal with the matters.
Okay, can we deal with such? Because these are the things that you can't give money, you don't put mechanisms in place, and then at the ultimate end, you can't account for that. Can we deal with such? When we come in, and can we get a report on that, the trading study, so that we're able to reconcile on what we give, and then how can you therefore make a trace on that particular thing? The other part is that CFO, there's a funding of small, medium, and micro enterprise SMME. There was a shortfall that was informed by, there were supposed to be 47 companies that were supposed to be funded through the training education initiative. And it happened that there was a shortfall that was made by the small enterprise finance agents, which experienced challenges that led to non-reporting. And it was reported that the matter was long escalated to the DG, and yet one will need to know that how far is it that with the matter? At what point during the 2024-25 did NSF realize that the SEDFA project was experiencing implementation challenges? That's what I want to check.
Okay, in terms of the CITFA project for SMMEs, the matter was already escalated even prior to my appointment. To my understanding, it was brought to the attention of the Accounting Authority and the former acting CEO prior to September 2024. The exact dates I don't know. The reason I say that is when I was appointed, I was then notified by the project management team that there's a non-compliance and we have learner stipend complaints. So currently what is the status is we've issued the non-compliance letter to CITFA. We've also entered into a remedial plan with them to understand what is it that needs to be completed. They had 8 quarterly financial reports that were not submitted. They had also quarterly financial, 8 of them not submitted for performance. So in summary, Chair, I don't know if that's also time up for me, but in terms of CITFA, we then were busy verifying the information. But, Honourable Member, the matters that have been raised with CITFA are quite significant. It is now going to be referred to LGRC and the State Attorney as well.
Chair, I just want to pose 3 last questions. I want to check how much was allocated to the project and whether this particular entity is able to report outside the reporting period, and why is it that NSF is not performing this function and outsourcing it to another project company? Thanks.
Honourable Chair, in terms of the amount, I will need to go and verify. I don't want to give you the wrong information in terms of the value. Can they report outside the period? If the contract has expired, they will then be able to either apply for a reinstatement and submit the information. NSF, on our performance and financial, we always welcome the SDPs to submit. In this case, there are particularly serious matters which I wouldn't want to speak to here, but there are particular limitations that are not going to be resolvable at all in terms of the reporting, and hence the referral that I'm speaking to. Why have we not outsourced this to someone else? In fact, part of the
No,
challenge
I'm saying, why don't you take it yourself rather than outsourcing it?
in terms of doing the project, the initial plan with this project was for us to support SMMEs, and CITFA has services that are available, hence the partnership. So if required, we can work with other small businesses, but we'll have to reconceptualize. We would be more than willing, considering we have artisan development. If you train a plumber, you do want them to become a small business. So I can see the importance of that relationship. At the time, and when you read the concept note, CITFA seemed like the best implementing partner to help develop businesses on this. Maybe I should indicate for the committee, CITFA had outsourced the project, so they were not doing it themselves. So as you are indicating, it can be rather done by ourselves if that's the case. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. What is the process, agency, of appointing acting people? What process do you follow?
In terms of appointing, depending on the level of the position, but it applies to all, HR is notified as a unit that there's a vacancy. The manager for that particular position will then notify HR to identify candidates within the organization that meet the criteria. There's an engagement that happens between HR and the unit in terms of the names that are proposed, and subsequently a submission is routed to the minister for approval of the acting.
Okay, so let me maybe use an example of the HR manager who's acting skills development implementation. Yeah, skills development implementation. So, was it not necessarily going to be better? Or maybe let's start there. So from Chief Director, Skills Development, what comes below that?
Is Director, Regional Managers, and
So
Director Initiation and Evaluation. Those are the two. But we also look at all the directors, not just within one unit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I mean, why would you look for Director HR when you are dealing with people who are dealing with on a daily basis with skills development implementation? That's their job. That's what they do on a daily basis. Would it not make sense to get somebody in that space to occupy? I mean, maybe make it make sense to me.
So, Chair, within the Skills Development Implementation Unit for the period under review, number one, the Director Initiation and Evaluation was not in place, so there was no candidate there. Secondly, the one candidate, I'm not going to mention names, but the one candidate that was acting, we had received a notice from DHET HR that they could not continue acting in the position more than 12 months. That was the former. Then we were instructed to initiate the acting for the Chief Director SDI broadly within NSF. There were only 2 directors within skills development implementation. I don't know if you want me to say their names, but I know them. And they had just been appointed. They were less than a year in the NSF at a director level. So they would have not met the criteria. But in making that determination, just from an assessment point of view, I had then instructed HR to go and look at the CVs of all directors within NSF based on those just quick insights that were there. And when I say HR, it was allocated to Ms. Williams, but she does have a deputy director for recruitment who was then doing the CV analysis and not herself per se.
No, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
So you gave the director HR to look at this thing. You gave HR. That's what your policy says.
I gave it to the deputy director for recruitment.
So, but how do you, so all of them goes to the deputy director?
He is responsible for the recruitment and the acting.
So let's say the CFO is on sick leave. Just like somebody who's on sick leave. You are saying to us that you will give to that deputy director. That's what your policy says. It says you give to deputy director HR to look for somebody, a director, to act so that we're able to get an acting CFO.
I'm trying to remember, Chair, but no, the policy doesn't say I give it to the deputy director.
Yes.
Procedurally and by instruction, I allocate it to the head of the unit. So if it's finance, I send it to CFO, same with
Exactly.
HR.
So you would have given it to HR.
Yes.
Director.
Yes.
To get you somebody to act. And she gave it to the deputy director to look for, or to look at the possible people.
To analyze all the CVs for directors so we're clear.
And then he or she gave you 1, 2, 3 recommendations. How many did that process give?
I must check, but there was an assessment, Chair, that it actually spanned most of the officials in the room. So it was, if I count, can I check? I don't want to give you wrong information,
okay.
but it was about 6 officials.
You had more than one person.
More than one person.
And then you chose the HR, director HR.
I did not choose HR. The DD for recruitment in the analysis identified, did an assessment of all the directors, presented that assessment in terms of years of experience, their qualification, particularly in project management. So he does have that database, and he put that submission together indicating which candidates meet the requirements and which ones do not meet the requirements. He then also presented the option of who are the candidates that could act on that basis, Chair.
Yeah, so maybe you'll give it to us in writing, because I thought I'm making sense that it's either that report recommended or did not recommend. Right, so if it recommended, it will say to you, here are the 4 people who are meeting the requirements, right? And you choose from these 4. Or it will say, from these 4, we recommend you take number 1.
Chair, we can provide you with the submission. In the submission, it recommends 2. Because there are 2 chief director posts that needed acting appointment, and it listed why the other candidates didn't meet the criteria. So I was looking for, I required 2 acting appointments, acting chief director for strategy because of my acting at a CEO level,
So
and
it gave
acting for
it gave you 1
SDI.
for skills development and 1 for the other one.
Yes, for
So-
PSYOP.
So, and you did not see anything wrong that a subordinate of the director HR recommends their bosses to go act as the chief director.
I did engage with him, Chair, and I even asked for the CVs when I received the recommendation
Okay.
because it did concern me, and hence I had to look at the CVs to verify.
Okay, no, it's fine. You'll give us that report. You know, I don't know whether I should ask this question. And we're late. I don't know whether I must ask, but acting HR. Whilst these members were asking questions, somebody also sent me an email and they're saying at NSF, in your tenure as the manager HR, your brother was hired at NSF. Is it true?
Chair is a contract worker, yes, that's true.
Yes, as a contract worker, what does that mean?
NSF has approval to recruit 99 contract workers.
But it was recruited by NSFAS, by NSF.
Sorry?
The contract workers are recruited by NSF.
Yes, they're recruited by NSF.
Okay. Honorable, I want to close. You can ask something.
I was saying, Chair, because I'm...
Press.
Yes, I did press. I was saying because I'm debating. When there's a quorum that is needed for the minutes, I wanted to assist that one that adopts the minutes and we can proceed to close the last part of the meeting.
No, I think we're done.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, we will look, the 23-24 report of NSFAS is very bad. I know that the AG sent me a letter, auditors, 3 letters of material irregularities at NSFAS. She also sent them to the chair, I think to the acting CEO, which suggests that somebody, so there was material irregularity identified. Management was supposed to act on it. And the AG is coming back to me and saying, Chair, they've not acted on it. Now it means, well, I've been struggling to get a meeting with the AG herself because I want to have a proper understanding of what is now expected of us on these material irregularities. And then I'll present it to you members because if it's, these are state resources. Somebody commits, I don't know whether to call it a mistake because they are deliberate. Somebody does something with state resources. And then us who must hold them accountable, we don't hold them accountable. They've cost us taxpayers' money. The AG comes and says, here's a problem. We don't act on this problem. When we open, after I've met with the AG, I'm going to present what are the options and who must decide. Because I've said that it's high time that these officials must face the music for the actions that they're taking. We must open criminal cases for people who are literally failing to manage state resources. It's not, and some of them, like maybe colleagues thought I was joking earlier on when I said they even go use state resources to refuse accountability. They go write lawyers. I mean, this year we've had a very bad year. Shame, we've had a very bad year. Started by some university refusing to account. We summoned them. They tried to character assassinate me. They are failing a simple thing, to confer a degree of somebody who has went through the process. They can't understand the national qualification framework articulation. They just run around. They go to, I asked them one day when I was on Twitter, why don't you ask this person to characterize NQF framework, NQF articulation? Because they want to characterize honorable, let's see, what is that? You know, so now, yeah, so during the minutes, which ones, Anna? Yeah, the 29th of October minutes, we were engaging with the construction sector. I'm sure you have went through the minutes. There are no problems in those minutes. I know Honorable Msazana, you're not in the meeting. Honorable Khabo.
Chair, I stand to move for the adoption of the minutes of the 29th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then who's seconding? Come on, like Dr. Christians, it's me and you. Thank you, Dr. Christian. Second, which one? On the 5th. The 5th of November, we were at College of Cape Town. We're at College of, all of you are there because at least you know. You are even, the college has written to ethics about you. No, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I stand to move.
Yeah, Dr. Christians, thank you very much. The 12th. Who was there? The 12th of November, it was Salt Plug University. I know after that they even went on. David, we want to open a departmental meeting. The department has got, you see the problems we see here, all from the department, and I see why. We're in a meeting, adopting minutes, the department is opening a meeting. Aye. Salt Plug University, after that, they are saying you guys are doing what you are doing because you are dating people there. So I saw on Facebook, Honorable Low.
No, Chair, I stand to second the minutes of Salt Lake University.
No, you are moving for the adoption.
Oh, I move for the adoption. Why am I seconding them?
Yes, Honorable Khabo.
I second the minutes, Chair, but excluding what they are saying in terms of conference. Thank you very much.
No, they are not. That's not part of the minutes. On the 19th of November, we're with Walter Sisulu University. Yeah, I think that was one of the good meetings we've had this year. Who was here? No, I was not there. Governor, you're not there with who's? It was Dr. Christians. You're not there, no? It was not. She was there. Yeah, you were there, and then you left. Yeah, so Dr. Christians will move. You'll Low will second. Then the 26th last week it was state of readiness. Yeah. State of readiness with SAUS, USAF, all entities, department. Sazana? Sazana moves, Honorable Khabo seconds. To 40. Oh, yeah. There's a report of the G20 where you and I went to Skukuza. Yeah, DG promised, you know the DG's problems, I mean, he promised my team bags of G20. He has not delivered. No, Honorable Sazana moves.
Yeah, I'll move.
And I'll second those ones. Governor, I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes each, because this is our last meeting. Just, you know, to say your goodbyes for a year to members. And so just maybe let me start with Honorable Low, because you are debating that side.
What is this session called?
No, it's just, even in Parliament on Thursday. On Thursday, we've got farewell debate. So I'm giving you 2 minutes to reflect. Honorable Msazana, is there anything you want to say? No, it's okay, members. Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, Chair, maybe just to NSF.
No, to members. Only to members. Not,
but I heard the
no,
message for NSF.
no, not this side.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll write to him. You can send him writing to the DJ. I was just saying, to say.
No,
to something
from my end,
from
it's
your
just
members.
to appreciate.
Msaza,
Yeah,
you can say something to members
just
and
to
the staff.
Just to appreciate the fact that we are being supported as the office of the chair. Appreciate our very capable support colleagues, Siyabonga kakhulu. And continue behaving yourself, continue doing your homework, continue holding those that you need to hold to accounted for. And we'll continue leading them, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chair. Let me also appreciate the fact that it has been a difficult year for ourselves. And one should put it on record that by January we should have elections for deputy chair, which I want to thank all members and I want to appreciate our commitment to the collective. And we must also tell our people who comes over us to oversight is that we don't hate them. It's not a personal issue, but we should make sure that this country is responsive and we're aligned with the economical imperatives that demands us that our learners and students must get opportunities fairly. So thank you.
I'm not sure. You are just imposing this item on me. I've got nothing to say. This one, I'll let it pass.
Honorable Christians.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. I think it's been a good year for the time that I have joined the higher education portfolio. I think that we are a strong team and we've really held the entities accountable. To DHET, I would just like to say I hope we'll see them more often in the coming year so that we can really hold accountable and hold them accountable for the entities. And wishing everybody a good year and prosperous new year, and travel safely and enjoy your time with your family.
Members, I also want us to thank our team. I think the Secretariat, Research, Content Advisory, they've done extremely well. This year they've kept us in the loop on many things. And Mampi, I know sometimes, the glory goes to other people. But you guys in the background, Anela, you have kept, there will be emails I don't see. And you'll remind, Chair, there's this particular email. Let's look at the implications. So, and members, each one of you, I think when you look back from the beginning of the year to now, the contributions you have made, you must not take them for granted. You guys have done well, individually and as a group, and I'd like to thank you. I think we've worked very well as a group. There's about 6 political parties here, and at times you'll not see that you've got different political parties. And I want you to go and enjoy your Christmas, be with family, rest, come back next year rejuvenated. Those that, I don't know how to put it, Melissa, in English. I'm going to put, Kaza Sotubare, Bao Barba Hatilin Minwana. Next year it will be worse. So those that we have stepped on their toes, we're not going to apologize. In fact, next year it will not only be toes, we'll probably cut off the legs. So next year we'll come back stronger. Ours is accountability. We're not against anybody. When we ask questions, it's not because we hate you. It's because these entities are supposed to be doing something positive where we come from. Where I come from in a township, on Friday when I get there will be young boys in one corner asking me for 20 rands, and I know they will want to buy drugs. They will tell me stories. Hey, cool, leave hot man, what, but I know. And this is where these entities like NSF and these CITAs are supposed to touch the lives of these young people. Some of them, they would have passed well, Wasim, gotten a space at university, but the funding decision doesn't come. They don't have the luxury to stay for 3 weeks at an institution because there's no one who will give them a loaf of bread. So they end up going back home. By the time in April you say, I funded you, they've long been at home. So when we ask you these questions, it's not because we hate you or we want your jobs. We don't want your jobs. But we have a responsibility to make sure. I mean, this year, Mampi, we've lost, I don't know how many young kids in institutions of higher, and especially universities. Around June, July, DUT, I think that about 5 in 2 months. 5 deaths, including one who committed suicide from the 5th floor. At Fort Hare, you had about 3, all of them females. And allegations are that all of them were raped. Nelson Mandela University, recently you had about 3 or 4. One of them killed herself because she felt the system did not protect her against the perpetrator who had raped her. She opened cases both at the police station and at an institution. The institution did not suspend this girl, and this girl said, this boy, you know, every time they will pass each other, he will give her a smack face. You know, I don't know how many we have lost across. Parents gave us their children as a sector, and we've returned those children this year alone in body bags. Next year, we don't want those things. So, assembly, so let's go. We are closing now. When you are with your families, reflect yourselves. What is it that we want to do differently next year? Because these parents, we live with them. They tell us, so must we really give our children to you guys? And I don't know what to say anymore. I used to be confident in saying, no, we'll educate your children. But now we bring them very angry. We bring them very angry at society because some of them have been raped and they keep silence because they know, they've seen before. There were others who became brave, who asked, who reported, and nothing happened to the perpetrator. In fact, at Salt Lake University, they're busy writing about us on Facebook and all of that, that we were dating these people who, there are people raped. In fact, one of them agreed, confessed. I told them in that meeting, I have absolutely no business in defending perpetrators of gender-based violence. And I told them is that one was working as an administrator of sports. And he, when confronted, agreed, confessed. What did they do to him? Nothing. Former SRC president rapes a poor child. What do? They take the child back home, hug. What do they do with the perpetrator? They give him a job without a process. They call it I can't remember they call it, recruitment, internship of some sort. Perpetrator of gender-based violence. And they've got the guts to say in the meeting that, but Chair, it was an allegation versus counter-allegation. So we want you to go home and reflect, colleagues. The department, those of us who will be going to church this December, I think we must go pray and fast for the department. pray that the DG gets better, because the DG must come and account on a number of things that are happening in the department. Honestly speaking, I mean, we have not even arrived, Melissa, to ask you about the number of, the allegations about the number of foreign nationals that you are hiring at NSF, which are being hired not on scarce skills. Will come, like I said, we'll do it. And it can be that we do so when we've got, and we're not xenophobic. The legislation, the Immigration Act of this country is very clear. Home Affairs put together a list of what they call scarce skills, and they say these are scarce skills. The Immigration Act tells you, you hire South Africans first, and if you can't find them, then you can go out. At our universities, a South African, highly qualified than this foreign national, they hire a foreign national. And they can't explain. You ask them, okay, how did you get to this one? We had a conversation with Central University of Technology at the beginning of the year. They could not explain. The department can't hold them accountable when it's law. It's Immigration Act, it's a law. That says all the universities, when you ask them to account, but they are not organs of state. Oh, Jesus. So we'll go to church during this December. We'll pray for the department. But this will be the last time we pray for you. From January, when we open, we're going to be very harsh on you, because people are losing their lives. People are losing confidence. They're being raped. No one is being held accountable. Women are being killed. If we're not the country with the most GBV cases, I don't know, we'll soon be, if we're not. And we can't sit back and allow that to happen. Go and have Christmas, have a good, those who celebrate it, have a good New Year. And we hope that next year is going to be a better, the meeting is adjourned. Thanks. Thank you. NSF has, Khabo, NSF has given me a power bank, but it's not working. So it's new. So I don't know what's, I don't know, no, I told Melissa, I don't know what's working at NSF.
They said they're going to bring some takeaways.
Oh, no, they must give. Because we're not here. I forgot my power bank. Where? Where?